Open, so that's not a problem.
Hey, Tony, I see you joined. Can you just confirm your audio is working?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tony. Hey, Sarah Smiley, can you confirm your audio is working?
Yep, it's working.
All right. Hillary McKenzie? Oh, you're on mute. Your audio is not working?
No, she's been working on trying to fix it with Todd.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe is in contact with her. He's trying to work through that.
Okay, thank you.
One of the ways to do that, I think, is for her to change her audio connection to dialing in on a phone.
Yes,
Joe's working
it's
with
a
her on that.
callback feature. I'll make sure Joe is aware of that.
Okay. It's down where you see the 3 dots and it says audio connection.
Sarah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
I
great.
can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Dr. Felder, is your audio working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, and I just got a message from Dr. Halkiotis. He is trying to join as well. Let's see, Jonathan, is your audio working?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. All right. board, I'm going to recommend we go ahead and get started. I know that Dr. Halkiotis is dialing in now, but I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and resume the meeting that we had recessed from yesterday. The first item of action before we get started is the agenda amendment. One would be to add in the county's request to approve the capital request from the state for lottery funds. And the second one would be to move the re-entry up to be the next agenda item. If it so pleases the board, could we get a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Ms. McKenzie with the motion and Sarah with the second. Okay, Tony McKnight.
Aye.
Okay, Matthew Roberts, Hillary McKenzie,
Aye.
Sarah Smiley,
Aye.
and chair votes aye as well. Motion carries. With that, we'll move into first discussion item, which will be reopening of school updates and board feedback guidance. Dr. Felder, if you could take us through. I know we've gotten a lot of comments, and I wanted to first say we appreciate everyone that's taken the time to send the board feedback and perspectives on this. Dr. Felder?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Atherton. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Jones to advance the slide deck. And I would ask that, all right, thank you very much. All right, great. Thank you so much. All right. All right, so since March 16th, when the governor closed schools for instruction, Orange County Schools has maintained a laser-like focus on these 4 priorities: safety, our #1 priority, food, learning, and keeping students, staff, and families whole and well. It's important to note that these 4 areas are not islands unto themselves. They do not work in isolation. Rather, they are all intertwined and dependent on each other, while each has its own level of complexities. So over the past 3 months, we have continually apprised and sought the board's guidance with regard to the progress we've made and the challenges we've encountered in each area. Tonight will be no different. Tonight, we'll limit our updates to the areas of safety and learning. We will also provide an update on the district's budget and seek the board's guidance with regards to the reopening for Hillsborough Elementary School, now that we have guidance from the state. So throughout the presentation, we will pause along the way so you can ask burning questions and share comments, but ask that you hold all other questions until the end of the presentation. Any questions about any of that? All right, so next slide, please. So while some would like to believe the worst of COVID-19 is behind us, as depicted in the picture on the left, no amount of wishful thinking is going to make that an accurate state of affairs. Instead, we are preparing for intermittent school closure due to what we have been told to expect, a resurgence and ongoing waves of COVID-19. Therefore, the district is working to ensure that we have a continuity of learning plan to serve all kids well, whether the instruction is delivered in person or remotely, and until an effective vaccine or treatment for COVID-19 is universally available. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the guidance we received. So on June 10th, the state released the following 3 documents that you see here. One is the health requirements for from North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services for K-12 public schools. The document to the far right is a summary document which provides an overview and synthesis of the health requirements. And the one in the middle is called Lighting Our Way Forward, North Carolina's Guidebook for Reopening Public Schools. It focuses heavily on operational and scheduling guidance for districts and school leaders based on the health guidance from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. So due to the evolving nature of COVID-19, it's important to keep in mind that all three documents are very, and will remain, from what we understand, very flexible and fluid. Again, just as COVID-19 is evolving, these documents will continue to evolve. So according to the state, as they learn more, as we understand more, it will have an impact on these documents. So there was at least one revision, in fact, made yesterday that you'll hear more about later in the presentation. So with regards to, the next slide, please. With regards to Lighting Our Way Forward, North Carolina's Guidebook for Reopening Public Schools document, know that again, it outlines 3 plans for reopening schools. So these are the 3 plans. We can't make up our own plan. We have to work around the 3 plans that the state has provided us. And so in Plan A, schools will be open with minimal social distancing requirements and traditional teaching and learning in our brick and mortar buildings. So in that scenario, again, schools are open, and yes, there is some social distancing, but largely mass gatherings, like when students are changing classes in the halls. So that scenario is closest to what we are accustomed to. In Plan B, schools are also open, but in this plan, with more moderate social distancing requirements and no more than 50% maximum occupancy, and with blended learning. So in Plan B, there will be some face-to-face and some remote learning for all. The state has provided within that plan 6 scheduling options to select from. And we are just beginning to unpack and look at those plans through the lens of the challenges and needs that we have in the district. But moving on to Plan C, the third option is would be school buildings are closed to students. Students are at home with remote learning for all. So who decides which plan a school district can select? Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C? It's the state. The governor's scheduled to announce which plan the state will begin with on July 1st. So on July 1st, the governor will announce if schools will open using Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C. But regardless of the option that he announces on July 1st, as a school district, we have to be ready for every option. Because, for example, if the governor announces that Plan C will happen, schools are closed, remote learning for all, with the evolving nature of COVID-19, that could last for 2 weeks, and then we're in Plan B. That could last for 2 days, and then we're back to Plan C. That could last for 3 months, and then we move into Plan A. So what I'm trying to say is that every district has to have a plan for each of those plans. And we will take our guidance in terms of which plan we're operating under from the governor. So this just says more about Plan B with the moderate social distancing. Again, it's a more restrictive plan. School facilities are open, but with social distancing is required. Limit density of people in school facilities to no more than 50% occupancy, enhance health protocols, and they are enhanced, and blended learning for all.
So Dr. Felder, does Todd need to advance the slide? I think you're talking about the next slide. There we go. Okay.
Yes, I forgot to give him the cue.
It's okay. It's okay. I knew since I had seen these, I was like.
Right. I'm not exactly looking at the same screen, but
Okay.
yeah. So the next slide, thank you for that, goes a little further into Plan B. And at the top, we're not going to open it for you, and you've received it previously. But the scheduling, state scheduling options, there's a link at the top, but we won't open that. And so here are the 6 options under Plan B. So option A, well, I'm not going to read them all, but those are the 6 options that we are contending with now. And so in the interest of time, just suffice it to say that each option has a description, a non-exhaustive list of examples of what that option looks like. And each option also has benefits and challenges, all of which has to be filtered through each district's unique needs, each district's resources that they have available, each district's challenges. And so that's the work that we have to do in Orange County. And so we will go through each of those. We started that actually in order to identify the option or options that will work best for the district. Next slide, please. So in addition to major, so this slide shows the considerations and challenges, just some of the considerations and challenges that we have to consider here in Orange County. And so in addition to budgetary restraints and challenges that you'll hear about later on tonight, these are among the many things that we have to consider as we open school under scheduling option Plan B. I won't read them all, but it ranges from childcare, how do we mitigate that? After school, meal prep, because meals won't look the same. You'll hear more about that tonight. Transportation, you'll hear more about that tonight. Safety requirements, you'll hear more about that tonight. Do we have enough certified teachers? So all of these are just some of the challenges and considerations for Orange County schools. These may not be concerns in other districts. Every district is unique and has their own set of challenges and considerations that they'll have to filter those options through. But these were the ones that have been identified here in Orange County based on feedback from surveys that we've administered to families, from surveys to staff, and in other ways. So that's the work ahead of us. And so next slide, please. So with all of that in mind, at the end of the day, in this very COVID-19 environment we're working in, we remain one district with 13 schools. However, we will need a mindset that while we are one district with 13 schools, we are all connected and will need to work as one school where we may have to support us in order to support our students. So that may mean sharing of resources, sharing of material resources, instructional resources, human resources, and capital resources. And that's what this picture depicts. So before I give the floor to Dr. Dina Keeling, who's going to talk to us about the work of the Closing the Gaps and Accelerating Learning subcommittees. I just want to pause to see if there are any burning questions with regards to anything that that's been shared thus far.
Dr. Felder, I have just a clarification. Something that you said earlier about the fact that we may need to go in and out of the different plans, which was, I understand from the guidance that the way this works is if the governor says the state is in Plan B, we can do Plan B or we can do Plan C, but we cannot do Plan A, which is basically like you could go up a level of more restrictive, but not down a level. And that you wouldn't need to do that flipping back and forth. Is that right? From the Health and Human Services guidance, that was my understanding.
That's not my understanding. I can get clarity. My understanding is, so for example, if the governor says on July 1st, we are opening under Plan B, we can then choose to open under Plan C. We would open under Plan B. And until we are given guidance to shift to another plan, we would remain under Plan B. That's my understanding.
Okay, I'll send you what I saw. It was in the Health and Human Services guidance, which came out before the DPI guidance. And so that, I don't know if they may be in conflict with each other, but
I hope not. I hope not. But I will certainly inquire, and I'm sure you will as well. But that's not my understanding. That's why we're waiting on the governor for July 1st to tell us which option are we operating under. But districts have been advised to prepare for and have a plan for each of these options. So
we have to.
we have to, because of the evolving nature of this pandemic. So that's the challenge. That's the challenge. And, you know, option A and C, quite honestly, those we can do. And A won't happen unless I don't know what circumstances, but it would have, COVID-19 would have to be looking pretty good for we're thinking, in order to open in that way. So it will likely, if I had to, I'm not a betting woman, but if I had to place my bet, it would be plan B or C that we'll be looking at on July 1st, but who knows? So we are all waiting to learn which option it will be, which plan it will be, but we're planning for all three, because we may go in and out depending on how the virus develops in this country, in this state.
If I could interject something at this point, Dr. Felder is absolutely right that the district does need to have a plan for both A, B, and C, and it absolutely can be fluid during the year based on what the governor may do or what the district may do. And Dr. Felder is right that if the governor says B, we certainly can't go up to A, but we could go down at least under the language in the governor's original toolkit. What it says is school districts may choose to implement a more restrictive plan, but may not choose to implement a less restrictive plan than established. And so there is some language to that effect, but it does not change that the district at this point needs to be able to develop what it's going to do if it's A, what it's going to do if it's B, and what it's going to do if it's C, and to have sort of all of that ready, because when the governor makes a determination, the district will have to then implement, and also throughout the year will need to be able to move fluidly depending on the circumstances and the information we're getting from the state or the health department.
So John, I do. Matthew, do you have a question?
Yeah, question and comment.
Go ahead.
Jonathan, thanks for clarifying that. So basically, we can that if the governor comes in and says that he wants Plan B, that's his decision. We need to have a plan ready to do Plan B. If we wanted to do Plan C, we can.
So
is that correct?
So that is correct based on the initial document that came out. I will tell you that there's some tension between that and other documents, including the General Assembly's bill, which talks at this point has some limitations on remote days. So, you know,
the remote days are our big, Jonathan. Our remote days is the big issue with what we're going to do with Hillsborough Elementary today, correct?
We can
have remote days when we start.
Well, we can dig into that, and I'll give you an update on where everything stands right now. But in terms of the toolkit, the document does talk about districts having the flexibility to put in place a more restrictive plan. But again, just to repeat the point, you all do need to be in a position to have good plans. It's a daunting task for A, B, and C.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jonathan, I do have a clarity question for that. So if the governor came in and said B, and the district said, well, we want to be more restrictive for whatever reason, we wanted to do C, are are those plans allowed to be mixed? In other words, hey, we're going to put a portion of the school on the C remote learning and a portion of the school in person, or you have to be in one or the other. You cannot choose between them. In other words, you can't be in the hybrid of B and C. You would have to say, no, we're in B or we're in C.
It's a really hard question that I think is would require some offline review. I mean, it's already challenging to talk about being able to go to a more restrictive plan, given, like I say, what the legislation said. But I am reading directly from the book, and it says you can. There's not language in there right now that says necessarily that you can do a hybrid. I think that there is a good argument that you could do that, because if you're doing something between B and C, and the governors pick B, you are being more restrictive than B. So I think there's a good argument, but I think that I would want that to be reviewed a little further before any final call on that.
Okay, I definitely feel, unless someone on the board objects, that we do get some more information on that as well.
No problem.
Any other questions before we move on? Any other board members? See, Jonathan, you have your hand raised. All right, Dr. Felder.
All right. Okay, so one of the ways that we have been preparing for summer learning and the reopening of schools is through the work of the Closing the Gaps and Accelerating Learning Task Force. So here's Dr. Dina Keeling, Chief Equity Officer, to provide more details about the work of this task force, which now has 7 subcommittees. So Dr. Keeling.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So we have been focused around some guiding principles and core values within our subcommittees and our task force. Those core values have been to ensure and support physical safety with healthy learning and teaching environment, to strengthen the social, emotional health and well-being of students and staff, to provide educational options per the state guidance, to adequately feed our students nutritious meals, to achieve equity and equality of educational opportunities, including eliminating the digital divide, to create a culture of connectivity and collaboration in our school environment, and to inform and engage stakeholders with timely, reliable, and accurate information. And so I've presented before these subcommittees. We have added an additional subcommittee, and that is the Student Support Services Committee. These committees, as I've said before, meet weekly. There is a link that you all have access to that shows you who is in the subcommittees, but the composition is made up of teachers, administrators, student support professionals, representation from each of the levels, elementary, middle, and high, as well as district leadership. So the committees have been working on the state guidance and dividing up the tasks. And I'll tell you a little bit about the work that each of the committees is doing. But I will say that when we got the guidance and I went through it, one thing that I was relieved about was that we had these committees in place, because the guidance is really broken into each of these subcommittees. So I did want to say that. And in addition to having teachers and administrators and student support representation, we are also looking to engage stakeholders. We're constantly asking ourselves, who else needs to be at this table? What other voices do we need to hear? And so we've done a number of parent surveys that have gone out. In addition, central office, our cabinet and our extended cabinet have been making personal phone calls to families, particularly those who we had trouble reaching in the spring, as well as our centered families, so that we can get feedback from them. We've also been attending different community meetings with community organizations. A number of community agencies have asked for what is it going to look like in the fall, especially when this guidance came down. And so we've been meeting with community to kind of give them a heads up of how we might need their help. So in addition to being one school with a number of schools, but all of us pulling together, this is really going to take a community effort for us to be able to get schools open safely and to have all of our resources in place for students and staff. We are also looking to have some focus groups with parents. So one way that we're going to do that is we're asking principals to give us the names of 2 to 3 parents who are representative of their student population. And then we are going to hold focus groups with them to get input from them about some of the different elements of the state plan and how we can implement it and what makes sense for Orange County schools. In addition to that, we have a number of community agencies who have also reached out and said again that they would like to work with us. Some of those are faith-based, some of them speak to specific populations such as our Latinx families and that population and agencies. And so we are going to work with them. And for some of them, we're going to try to actually have focus groups through those organizations. And then we're going to also ask them to refer families to us. So that this way, you know, sometimes we may have in our mind some parents who we think would be good to be on the committee within the district, but then there may be pockets of families that we just didn't consider or may not know that they would like to be active. So this is another way for us to try to tap into the community and bring in some more voices that we might have missed to begin with. So looking at what each of the teams have been working on thus far, the School Reentry Learning and Logistics Subcommittee is leading the process for choosing one of the scheduling options that Dr. Felder presented in Plan B. There are a number of options, and as she said, we have been going through those. And so the Logistics Subcommittee is going to devise a draft schedule once we get the options narrowed down so that we can kind of get a feel for what might this look like if it was implemented, and we can kind of work out some of the challenges, hopefully. The next subcommittee is Operations and Safety. They are going through the state plan and looking at all of those North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services requirements and making sure that those are being implemented. This subcommittee is also looking at making sure those requirements are implemented as it relates to child nutrition and transportation. The Student Support Services Committee is planning and implementing how to best support students with their social emotional learning and mental health, both face-to-face as well as when we're in those times that are remote. Summer learning and remote learning, the state has a requirement that we have to have a remote learning plan. And so this committee is working on that plan in addition to working on what our summer learning will look like. The remote learning plan actually has about 15 different components to it that include student learning and identifying what worked and didn't work during the spring with remote learning. How will we take attendance, communication, technology, addressing the needs of our centered groups. And so although the remote learning team is in charge of putting this plan together, they are doing that in collaboration with the other subcommittees because there's really components for each of those subcommittees within that plan. Technology is ensuring that all students have devices, access, and technical support. Human capital is working on plans, procedures, and policies that relate to human resources, and they're working in collaboration with the school board attorneys. Communication is focused on stakeholder engagement and reaching all voices, disseminating information through a variety of platforms, communicating plans both internally within the district as well as externally to families and community, gathering feedback and input. They're also over before and after school care. And so all of those, the focus groups and the engagement that I talked about, communications is leading up those efforts. So tonight, as Dr. Felder said, you will hear from the Operations and Safety Subcommittee, the Remote Learning and Student and Summer Learning Subcommittee, and the Technology Subcommittee. So before I turn it over to Ms. Pitts, I'll pause for a second to see if you have any questions for me.
Will?
Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, I got a couple of questions, and because I know Jonathan's going to have to follow up on one of them. And knowing that right now that we might not be prepared for option B, but Dr. Felder, if I understood you correctly, you said that you have a plan for option A and option C, that you're ready to do those two, correct?
Yes.
I mean, option A would just be a regular
Well, we will be
school year.
ready. We will be ready. Yeah, we will be
Okay,
ready.
but is it fair to say that option A would just be a regular school year? Yes or no?
Yeah, for the most part, yes,
Okay.
with all social
Yeah.
distance. Yes.
But we have to be we would have to be prepared to punt and go to a different option if we didn't do it. Option C is what we just went through, and from what I'm reading, from what you've presented, I'm gonna be blunt. We have a better plan right now than we did before as far as students participating with their teachers. Yes or no?
I'm not.
I'll quote you saying that we didn't do a good job last time.
Are you referring to what we are working towards? And
Online learning. Are we better prepared this time than we were when
well,
we first went out?
yeah. So the plan, of course. So the plan is to get better. We're working towards that. Are we there today? No, but we're working towards that, and you're going to hear more about that in this presentation. What it will look like, what we're working towards for next school year. Are we there today? No, we're working towards that.
Okay, but bear with me.
Okay.
I've got to cut. Jonathan, if we started Hillsborough Elementary under option C because of today's environment, are you there?
I am.
If we started option C for Hillsborough Elementary today, could we start our traditional calendars under option B later on? That's another question that we need to verify.
Right. So let me go ahead and try to unpack it. Very, very challenging. The board is asking some great questions about the ability to be able to have a more restrictive plan, about even with that ability, can it be a merging of the plans? And then now this question of, can different schools be under different plans? And so those are all excellent questions, and that there's not clarity yet on that. That's part of the challenge of, having to try to interpret and implement all of this in an incredible short period of time. I read to you what was in the toolkit about being able to have a more restrictive plan. What that said was that the school district, it didn't say a school, it said the school district could implement a more restrictive plan. So it did not speak to.
That's the reason I'm asking the question. The other thing is,
Hey,
Jonathan,
Matthew.
based from a legal, yes, sir.
Hey, Matthew, just let the staff finish their statements because you're
Will,
I know you're
Will,
excited.
let me finish asking the question to Jonathan.
Yes, but
Jonathan,
Jonathan wasn't finished with
fair
his
enough.
thought, so just let him.
Go ahead,
let him-
Will.
Yeah, Jonathan, just finish your statement so we could hear your whole statement there.
I'm done with that. I would like to just say one thing. I know that there is a piece on Hillsborough, and I have some things to say about that. And I would just suggest that it may be more organized for us to talk about that when we get to Hillsborough, since I know there's a lot of other items to cover first. And I'll answer any questions the best I can during at that time, if the board's willing.
All right, go ahead, Matthew.
I'll defer to Jonathan, but at some point I want to know what the state is, and I know July 1st is critical. That state may change everything that we do tonight. along with what other school districts have done. But I want to hear what the state's recommendation is based on today's information. That's all I want.
Dr. Felder, I think staff can continue.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Keeling, were you finished? I'm not sure where we are.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Sarah Pitts, who will take us deeper into operations and safety.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I'll be expanding on the Strong Schools document from Public Health. And this document is a guidance document based on the CDC's Opening Up America Again guidelines, which offers the three-phase approach designed to help state and local officials safely open their economies in the fallout of the pandemic. The criteria in the document are that before proceeding into each phase, there should be a downward trajectory of COVID-19 cases and symptoms for 14 days. So I think, Mr. Roberts, that kind of tells you right now where state would be given our cases in what we're seeing right here in North Carolina. It also outlines the three-phase approaches to slowly lifting restrictions while combating COVID-19, protecting families, students, and staff. So we're required to use the guidance to understand what health practices we must meet and develop a detailed district and school site plan for how to implement all health practices described in the document. And again, those are Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C that Dr. Felder went over. Our leadership team and subcommittees have been reviewing and developing plans for all three as outlined. And Orange County Schools may choose to implement a more restrictive plan, but we may not choose to implement a less restrictive plan that's set forward for us. So the document states that practices are required, meaning that these practices are essential baseline actions in order to minimize exposure. And it also lists those things which are recommended, meaning those additional strategies that schools may choose to minimize the spread of COVID. So our plan has to cover the following. It has to cover social distancing and minimizing exposure. We're required to provide distancing and floor seating markers in waiting areas, receptions, and areas where the students tend to congregate. We will be providing markers on floors of restrooms and locker rooms to show 6 feet, and we will also be providing barriers or social distancing at hand washing stations. So that tells you that we are going to lose a significant number of hand washing sinks due to spatial distancing. We have to limit our non-essential visitors and activities involving our external groups and organizations. So we'll have to limit our parent and visitor activities to only those essential activities. And that may mean suspending parents dining with their students for lunch, and also limiting all presentations and services to mainly virtual. We're going to be monitoring the arrival and dismissal of our students to discourage the congregation and to ensure that students go straight from the vehicle in which they arrive to their classrooms and vice versa. In most of our schools, this will require additional staff both at arrival and at dismissal. So our human capital is going to go up there. Again, under Plan B, the district's required to ensure social distancing of at least 6 feet, and we're required to limit density in our facilities and transportation vehicles to no greater than 50%. So that's in and out. And then we're going to be required to arrange our desks, our seating areas 6 feet apart, and place up social barriers for social distancing. And I can tell you, we have started that undertaking right now in the district, and you will see that in some of our offices. We're going to be required to wear face coverings, or at least strongly recommended. The face coverings are meant to protect other people in case the wearer unknowingly is infected but does not have symptoms. Bottom line is, experts say that a mask may help prevent the spread of COVID, but it's not 100% effective because they do leak air. So staff and students will wear masks on buses, inside buildings, and everywhere on school grounds. Alternate options like a face shield, so that's going to be the full shield over the face, can be provided to staff and students who cannot wear a mask due to a social or a medical condition or cannot independently remove their own masks. or they work with students or an instructional topic where it's critical for the students to be able to read their lips. But note, with these face shields, there is a risk of exposure. With our staff, it's going to be recommended that they have 5 reusable masks per teacher. And providing these resources for our staff and students who need them will come at a large additional cost to the district. We need to have our vulnerable populations protected, which includes reviewing our healthcare plans and accommodating students to decrease their risk of exposure. And we have to create a process for staff and students to self-identify as high risk. We're also going to be evaluating our cleaning and hygiene, which includes providing adequate supplies to every station, monitoring, enforcing proper hand washing procedures with our students, and making sure that they put enough time in their instructional period so kids can do these. We're going to ensure that hand sanitizer is available in high traffic areas and that we're systematically checking it throughout the day so it does not go empty. We're going to have to allow time for proper cleaning and disinfection, and this may require teacher and staff to support to clean and sanitize their shared spaces. And again, this is going to have to be done without students in the area, so there'll have to be larger gaps of time when we come back to school in the instructional period in order for this to occur. We're going to have to establish and perform ongoing routine environmental cleaning and disinfection. We're going to have to keep our students and personal items separate. So that means in a lot of our classrooms that don't currently have it, we're going to have to provide cubbies, containers, or some type of lockers. And this is going to require that additional equipment be purchased. And then we're just, again, going to have to ensure that for those areas, there's absolutely no congregating. We're going to monitor our symptoms. So we'll have to enforce that staff and students stay home, conduct symptom and temperature screenings and temperature checks of any person who comes into the building. And again, these are at additional costs for thermometers and all of the PPE that our nurses or anyone else who may have to be administering care to the students will be required. And that's going to include the face shields, surgical masks, and protective gowns, which we currently do not stock in large quantities in the district. So we're definitely going to have to increase what we have of those. How we handle our suspected, presumptive, and positive cases will have to be included in our plan. And to do that, we'll be putting up our signage of requesting symptomatic people do not enter the buildings. We'll have to educate our teachers, our staff, our students about what symptoms look like. And then we're also going to have to figure out a way to isolate our asymptomatic people to, or sorry, our symptomatic people to a designated area. So that's going to require those safe spaces inside of our buildings. And then, of course, promote and provide a way to do remote learning for our students who will not be able to be at school due to an illness. We're also going to be looking at our water and ventilation systems, as most buildings have been closed for an extended period of time. And we're going to have to analyze how the reduced usage of those systems can pose environmental hazards. So we'll be flushing all of our water fountains, and we're going to be increasing the portion of fresh air to our HVAC systems to make sure that we're continuously cycling over that stuff. So, and I think Todd has the slide up. For Orange County Schools, like Dr. Felder said, we closed for the first time in March, and we've remained closed throughout the remainder of the school year to curb the spread of COVID. As we prepare for the transition back to the learning environment, school facilities will need to be and have already been cleaned, but they'll need to be equipped so that they're safe for students and educators with the physical setting that is appropriate for them to learn. And we'll talk about that a little later. And then we'll also have to make improvements to ensure that they're safe. And again, this will come at a large and expensive undertaking for the district. So when we're looking at those potential challenges that we see with the DHS requirements, when we're looking at the monitoring for symptoms, we're going to be providing our students with attestation forms. This is going to allow them to do the checks prior to coming on. And this is going to be important for our bus drivers and those students on the bus, because we cannot safely stop the bus in order to temperature check a student on the road. So the students will have to fill out the attestation form in order to get on the bus. And then we'll have to work through the logistics of arriving at the school sites in order to temperature check our students. For example, arrivals at schools via the car rider line will need to be, are going to be more time, costly, and human capital intensive. Staff are going to need to collect the screening forms from the students, and check the temperature prior to the student getting out of the parent's car, just to make sure that they're not symptomatic. So in an elementary school, this would require that a set number of cars would pull up to the unloading zone. Staff would be there to check temps with an infrared thermometer, record on the attestation form to make sure that the children met the requirements, and then they could load. If the child didn't meet the requirements, then the parent would have to take them home. In running numbers, we could do approximately 100 students in 30 minutes if it took 2 minutes or less to unload each car. So not only is it time and staff, but it's also that extra cost of our infrareds. We would have to make sure that verbiage was added to the form to address students and staff taking prescribed fever suppressing medication, to make sure that those were not taken to reduce fevers before they came on the campus. And then it's going to be required for all who enter the campus to have a temperature check and be screened before they can come into our buildings. So with the adding of our vestibules, that's going to create a problem, because we have a barrier between our receptionists and those. So we're going to have to set up a plan to be able to do that. When we're looking at our handling of positive cases, we're going to have to set guidelines and protocols for what if a positive case is present in our building. You know, we're going to have to record class seating charts in every single school, and we're going to have master schedules of every class and who was in those classes in order to case track in case there's a positive case. And schools will also have to work in conjunction with their nurse to determine who's going to administer medication. You know, if there's a sick child, that nurse needs to stay with that child. So we're going to have to work out those logistics. Cleaning and hygiene, of course, we're going to have to ensure that staff and students follow those preventive measures. We're going to have to restrict shared items, and that is going to come at a time and human capital requirement to clean everything as needed. Again, when we're looking at social distancing and minimizing the exposure, this is going to cause us to stagger our schedules in arrival times, in hallways, and in departures. It'll require students to stay in cohorts with their instructor so they move around as least as possible. And then it will also require limiting access to playgrounds, athletic spaces, and what our students can do while they're on those spaces or at those spaces. And then some courses, such as PE, music, and band, may have to limit the activity or be spaced further apart because of the shared items and the heavy breathing. Or, depending on what we're in right now, they may have to switch to just an academic platform. And that'll depend on which plan is activated. And it may not be plausible for children to eat in the cafeteria, as we do not have enough space. And then if social distancing cannot be maintained, we have to consider different meal options. As we know, because we've gone through costs before, bagged and boxed lunches, which are delivered to the classroom, are a huge increase in labor, and they're a huge increase in cost. So this will be a higher thing for us too. We're going to have to look at pre-ordering meals, which creates a complication for those two students who have dietary restrictions. And we're also going to have to consider the logistical challenges of how to provide food while in school into those students who may be doing remote learning. So at this point, I'm going to introduce Katina McCauley, who is our Interim Director of Transportation, and she is going to discuss the requirements for transporting students.
Ms. Pitts, before we go there, can the board ask some questions about some of the material before we go in the details of the buses?
You can, or if you'd like, she was going to do that and then I was going to go into classroom space and we can open it up at the end, but I am more than happy to take questions right now. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's let her go through, and that way we can have the full picture and then go through. I just wanted to chat before we did that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Some of the challenges centered around transportation are logistics and bus capacity. And tonight I would like to share with you the impact social distancing will have on a school bus per North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and local guidelines. The diagram at the top of the page is our 72 capacity bus. On June 10th, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and North Carolina Department of Public Instruction released the transportation requirements and recommendations in the Lighting Our Way Forward document. If we take a look at the diagram in the lower left corner of the page, per the requirements of no more than 50% capacity and 6 feet distance, which at the time pretty much meant 1 student every other seat, would have reduced the number of students we could transport to 11. On yesterday, June the 17th, we were informed that after further review of the bus seat measurements for a 72 capacity bus by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Transportation Department, the bus capacity to adhere to the Department of Health and Human Services 6 feet distance requirement will now decrease the bus capacity to 11% and allow us to transport a total of only 8 students at a time. The diagram on the bottom right corner is the same capacity bus per local guidelines of no more than 10 individuals and 6 feet distance prior to today would have decreased the bus capacity to 9 students and the driver, but now will decrease the student capacity to 8. Next slide, please, Todd. Our EC bus seat capacity.
Will, I need to interrupt before we go further on this because there's one comment that I may have misunderstood. Did the state reduce capacity to 11%?
With the new guidelines we received yesterday after the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Transportation Department really went out and did the measurements on a bus going diagonal, it is 6 feet distance if we had to did every other seat. But when they did the measurements of a student in front or behind a student on the same side, it was not 6 feet. And in order to adhere to those 6 feet rules, you would now have to leave 2 seats in between the students, which now reduces the capacity to 8.
Yeah. So because this is exceptionally important. So we went from state guidelines of 50% to today's guidelines of 11% capacity on the buses.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 50% capacity kind of ties in is either 50%, but you still would have to adhere to the 6 feet distance. And at 50%, you wouldn't be able to do 6 feet anyway. And so if you look at the 6 feet prior to the new measurements that they did yesterday, it would have only allowed 11 students on the bus. But now that with the measurements, it's only going to be 8.
8, which is a big drop from 11. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Our EC bus seat capacity will vary based on the number of seats on the bus. Seats are removed by the bus manufacturer to allow space for wheelchairs and for the lift door. The diagram at the top of the page is our 9-seat, 29 capacity bus, which normally holds 27 seated and 2 wheelchair students. If we take a look at the diagram on the bottom left corner of the page, per North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and North Carolina Department of Public Instruction guidelines on June the 10th, would have decreased the bus capacity to 4 students, 3 seated and 1 wheelchair. Per the new requirements, the bus capacity will be 3 students now, 2 seated and 1 wheelchair. The diagram on the bottom right corner of the page is the same capacity bus, and per local guidelines, the seat capacity per the diagram would have decreased to 4 students as well, but will now decrease to 3 students. Next slide, please, Todd. For the 2019-2020 school year, we utilized 60 school buses. 52 of the buses were used daily to transport students. The other 8 were designated as spares in case of a mechanical breakdown. Daily, we transported an average of 3,439 students. The total number of daily routes the district had pre-COVID-19 was 189. Due to COVID-19 restrictions and North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and North Carolina Department of Public Instruction requirements prior to June 17th, we were anticipating needing around 571 daily routes, which is noted on the current slide. Per the new bus capacity requirements of up to 8 students and based on current year student ridership data, we are looking at needing close to 775 daily routes to transport an average of 3,439 students daily. To give you a visual of what this may look like for the 2020-2021 school year, prior to the new requirements released on yesterday, the chart on the screen includes the morning transportation information for 3 of our school locations to indicate the total number of routes we were expecting to potentially need per these guidelines. The current requirements or guidelines will also impact other areas of transportation. For example, the efficiency rating, if we can only transport at 11% capacity, will greatly impact our state reimbursement. Due to the increase of the number of daily routes and the safety procedures that will need to be put in place will impact costs for fuel, driver salary and benefits, cleaning and disinfecting supplies, PPE equipment, supplies needed to number and mark off seats, as well as bus maintenance and parts. And also, one of the concerns we always have at the forefront of every year is driver shortage. Student arrival and departure times will also be impacted with the chance of needing additional work hours for drivers and for school staff to be on site to receive students in the morning and to wait with students in the evening to be transported home. The current requirements will add additional time to each route for disinfecting and cleaning, checking student temperatures or collecting the attestation forms, and the recommendation of student attendance for contact tracing if needed will all increase, like new training requirements and also driver job responsibilities. The Reentry Committee will be recommending that our district consider student transportation flexibility, restrictions such as maybe not allowing students to ride to and from school with a friend. The Lighting Our Way Forward document also states that the LEA should expect that the quantity of school buses are likely to be limited to prior or current year levels and that expansion will be difficult. This is due to the current availability of being able to even purchase a new bus at this time. In case you are wondering, we currently have 14 white activity buses in our bus fleet, but our district fleet of activity buses are not equipped with the proper equipment such as the student walk arm, student stop sign, and passenger pickup warning lights to complete a passenger stop. The information that I shared with you tonight depicts the impact on transportation that we may be facing for our district and families by the number of students that we may be able to transport along with other logistics. Please keep in mind the requirements and guidelines that we have today may or could change at any moment or in a blink of an eye. I will now pass to Ms. Sarah Pitts.
So now we're going to shift our presentation to the building and occupational challenges that we're going to face with reentry based on the guidelines. So there's a graph provided at the bottom, which was conducted by an architectural firm who specializes in school renovations in the North Carolina area. It indicated that the 3 highest concerns among public school educators are classroom distancing, screening and isolation, and safe movement throughout the building. When planning for social distancing, we are considering all guidelines which may impact capacity. The first is the DHHS, which states 6 feet apart. I'm going to show you here on the graph, and that would take down to about 50%. Sorry, let me go back. So when you're looking at the guidelines, we're first considering, like I said, the DHHS, which states 6 feet apart. And this, along with the DPI, also indicate the potential of a 50% capacity if we start in Plan B. And we are also considering our local county ordinance, which is going to require us to maintain the mass gathering restrictions inside to 10 people or less in an indoor space. So if you refer to the graph model that I've provided, it shows what it would look like in elementary, middle, and high school settings. So if we look at a traditional elementary school classroom, which could hold about 25 students due to size, per our guidelines, it may be reduced to 15 if we are in the 6-foot rule. It would then be reduced to 12 due to the 50% capacity, or 9 students in that classroom as a result of the mass gatherings. Expected capacity shortfalls for standard use classrooms are listed for all 3 types of schools. So you can see how many students are going to be displaced out of each classroom. So Orange County Schools is currently reviewing any and all alternate learning spaces that we may be able to use in order to provide instruction. For example, if all elementary school students are to return for on-site instruction, this would mean that our elementary schools would be over capacity. We would have to take extra students to another building. In that case, they may be pushed to the middle school. That would then displace students there. The challenge with this also is based on ergonomics. So if we're pushing students out to another building, do we have the furniture that fits their size and needs? So that may cause a problem trying to find suitable furniture for our younger children. Todd, if you will shift the screen, please. So when looking at our classrooms, sites were given guidance based on the 6-foot rule and maximizing space based on the triangle pattern that you see there. Additional recommendation was given that all students should face forward. Due to the flexible seating and collaborative learning styles that we've been trying to promote, some desks have been removed from classrooms and tables have been provided. So recommended seating may not be an option. Efforts will be made to rotate extra desks into classrooms to increase capacity, but current inventory may not supply the needs for each student requiring a desk. This will result in lower capacity in some locations. So for example, if you were looking at a high school science classroom, those desks are usually round to allow them to do the work that they need, but they're also permanent and they're shared. They're spaced throughout the classroom, and those desks may have held 4 to 6 students in traditional setting. Now those spaces would allow for maybe 1 student. So that will drastically lower those classroom sizes. Orange County Schools will, in good faith, ensure that all precautions and preventative measures are in place while being good stewards of our budget for all staff and students to stay safe. However, if all efforts are made, conditions are absolutely perfect, we cannot ensure 100% prevention of exposure to our staff and students. From a safety perspective, with the guidelines set forth, the district and schools may struggle to reasonably institute these measures that are being asked of us. So at this point, I will stop. I will open up the floor to any questions, concerns that you may have regarding what the reentry subcommittee has discussed.
Will,
Matthew?
and I'm just focusing on the last comment because I'm exceptionally science and math oriented. How are we going to manage 2 science partners working together at the butane torch if we go back into class? That when I went through high school, we worked together. It was part of, and it's an exceptionally important part of promoting team work together. But if you're going to have to be 6 feet apart, we've eliminated that. We've also eliminated in the elementary schools that I've been into, the majority of them have tables. So we don't have desks for the elementary students. And the other one that really jumped out with the new requirements on the buses, how are we going to afford that? That's my comments.
All right, other board comments? Sarah?
Thanks. I guess the first thing I want to say is, and this goes for really everyone who's working on this entire effort. This is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly daunting. I cannot imagine what it is like to go to work every day and face these numbers and know that the math doesn't work. And like, so I just want to say thank you first, because this is something really massive that you're taking on that none of us expected. And I know that everything you're describing are state requirements. If this is not like our call, this is literally what every district in the state is facing. As I'm looking at the math of this and just the number of bus routes, Ms. McCulley, that you described, nearly 775 bus routes, I'm just thinking about, elementary school students are already being picked up before 6 a.m., I think, still on some routes. And we reuse the buses for later start times, right, in the high schools. And so that is like physically impossible. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about the piece about the temperature checks and the daily affidavits there that we will need to collect when a child boards the bus, and what if the kid forgot the affidavit that day? There are just like massive challenges. I have, I guess, a question. I have one thought, which is a very random thought, but for what it's worth. The piece where we need to get an affidavit from the parent each day that their child doesn't have these symptoms. I know that there are businesses and healthcare systems that have like an app that people can use, which I realize creates a whole nother set of questions about data security potentially. But if that is something that we are exploring for being able to knock out, as a parent, if I could go in each morning and just like, nope, not today, that you could screen my kid faster if we had an option like that for people. So that's one very specific idea. I'm just that, is it possible, if this math truly doesn't work out for transportation, are we required by state law to provide transportation to every child? I mean, this literally, like, school would have to be 24 hours, I think, if all of these could. I mean, we can do encouraging people to carpool, but at the end of the day, some families need the bus, So are we required to provide transportation to anyone who wants it if you live outside the walk zone?
Comment.
There's not a absolute transportation requirement. Obviously, whatever would need to be done equitably, non-discriminatory, all those things that, of course, the school district is aware of. I mean, there is funding, of course, based on transporting kids as well, but there's not like an absolute right to transportation to school.
Yeah, okay. I'm not suggesting, by the way, that we take transportation away from anyone. And I know that if the building's at 50% capacity, we're not trying to get all 3,500 kids on that day, but it still seems like the math is going to be really, really tight. Thank you.
Comment.
Dr. Halkiotis?
Well, I want to commend the staff for the effort and objectivity they've put into all of this. And having spent 30 years in a public school system, there is no way any school system in this state can possibly afford, either with finances, with time, with personnel, with buses, to implement what these folks in Raleigh are telling us we have to do. This is bordering on some game that's being played to push us towards the continuation of remote learning. Now, that's just my perception. There's no way you can pay for a bus to carry 4 children that has a capacity of 72. And Sarah is right. You would have to run the schools 24 hours a day and possibly 7 days a week in order to transport, check for temperatures, do this and do that. This is not rational. And I'm just dumbfounded why these folks in Raleigh continue to play this game. And somebody mentioned earlier the 14-day waiting period. Well, that's going to bring us right into July. And for the governor to be waiting till July 1st to make a pronouncement, and we're expecting folks to be ready to move July 15th. This is not really adult behavior that appears to me to be reasonable and responsible. And I just don't know where all this is going. I think it's going to remote learning till we figure out what's happening and a vaccine becomes available. Because if hospitals around here can't get PPE, how in the earth are we going to get it to the tune of $80,000 a month? That's unbelievable. I'll stop there.
Will, can I just say
Hillary?
one more thing?
Oh,
Okay. Sarah can go and then I'll go.
okay. Thank you, Hillary.
Yeah.
Go
Thanks
ahead.
so much. I just have one more thing that I wanted to, I was looking at some more of the guidance and I forget whether it was from DPI or Health and Human Services, but another piece of the transportation guidance is find out who all of your staff members are who might have a commercial bus driving license, because if there is an outbreak of COVID among that transportation department, like you need contingency plans for the contingency plans. It just seems really, really challenging.
Thanks, Sarah. Hillary?
So I also wanted to echo my thanks to staff. This is all just incredibly stressful to take in for me, and I can only imagine how stressful it is on a daily basis for all of you. So many, many thanks for your hard work. I also just wanted to highlight that if we do attempt to do busing, we would have to clean in between every route, which is going to also take time and money to do. I wonder what happens if a 6-year-old at a bus stop has a fever, and then what does the bus driver do with the 6-year-old standing on a street corner? I just have some real logistical concerns about how we handle this and keep our kids safe. And then the last thing I just wanted to ask was whether we plan to send a survey out to our families about who would be willing to provide their own transportation to school, so we could start to kind of wrap our heads around how many students will actually need busing in the fall. So that's all. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. McKenzie. The plan is we are going to send out a survey to the families to poll to see who actually will need transportation, for the upcoming school year, based on the plan that the district goes with or the state says that we can go with to reopen school.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful and will be helpful in our decision making too.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
yeah. So my feeling is that, it's all about human capital. We're actually going to, if we go with any of these plans, we're actually going to have more human capital and meaning we're going to have more teachers in the classrooms, as well as we're already short, as Ms. McCulley said, in the transportation arena. So, it's like there's a no-win situation here, and like I said, we're not even going to be able to afford any of this in regards to transportation. That's my feel.
All right. Thanks, Tony. I'm not going to, first of all, thanks to the staff as well. I know this has been challenging, a lot of work and effort put into this to try to put together a picture of, what this would look like. Just a couple of comments. I'm not going to repeat any of the other board members because I agree with the busing and the challenges and the number of routes, the cleaning. But some of the questions I have is, first is, as Sarah talked about the technology and filling out the paperwork, just from personal experience as well, from outside of the school district, if we do that, we will have to comply with some HEPA rules and policies when we do that. So I'm techie guy, all with it. So we just need to be careful on that. I do have concerns or would like to hear more what staff's thinking about for the requirements of mask, right? Especially for kids that are in pre-K or EC classes. And, I think that's going to be challenging. Was there any discussion around, how we would manage that, especially if kids aren't wearing them or they're taking them off continuously? Just any thoughts around that?
Will?
Matthew?
Okay, one, I'm going to address the mask real easy because it happened this weekend. Per state requirements, 2-year-olds wear masks, no exceptions. And we're under state requirements right now. The second one is that other than the bus transportation that I was shocked about, that the number of students that can congregate 6 feet apart during class changes, I don't know how elementary school can manage that. If every class changes at the same time, how are they going to manage it?
So, Mr. Roberts, I'll field that question. For elementary schools, it may mean that once your student enters into their classroom, for the day they're in their classroom. So it may not be that the students change. It may mean that cohort of students will stay together for the day, and we would rotate staff in. And that would be a way to keep them safe and negate the concerns of people congregating and not being able to socially distance students.
Yeah, because of the hallway. Also, while you're talking on that, knowing that there's no way we're going to have a full class if we went to option B, can we do it with the round desk? I mean, you can only have one person at those desks that we've put in to meet current needs for industry where students learn how to work together. So we're going to have to go back to desk in the elementary schools, and we don't have that. We don't have the desk capacity to do that any more than we have the bus capacity to meet the requirements of the state on transporting our children.
Will?
Yeah, Tony?
So another question, my main concern is how with the possibility that we had higher risk staff as well as students, how do we sort of segregate those individuals?
Sarah, do you have on it?
It may mean that with some of our staff, if they are high risk and they opt to not return, and I don't want to misspeak, Dr. Felder, so if I'm not correct, please stop me. But it may mean that some of those staff members could be delegated to other tasks, like maybe teaching those students that are high risk online that need to stay home for health issues and don't have the ability to come into schools. Or it may mean, and Connie Crimmins may have a better definition of this, but it may mean that maybe some of those high risk students are pulled to a smaller setting, and high risk staff members, you can socially distance there. But there will definitely have to be a lot of analysis that is done to ensure that all of our staff and students stay safe.
And Mr. Atherton, you asked a question about masks for students with disabilities. In the Department of Health and Human Services toolkit, as well as in the DPI guidance, there are statements that address mask wearing, and it says clearly that for students with behavioral concerns, mental health concerns, intellectual concerns, or medical situations, masks, they don't have to wear masks. So we are addressing that. Certainly we want to have everyone safe, but there are students who will not be able to wear masks for certain reasons.
Okay. Thank you.
Will, one more question.
Okay. Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay. Based on everything I've just heard, that our only option is really remote learning. And so, in my opinion, but can we bring in our kids that are low performing for tutoring at their school for remedial support?
Yeah, I had this question as well, which is, in the Plan B, or maybe it's a variation of it, in the Plan B, there are different options for bringing in fewer students. And could we prioritize students who we know to be below grade level, or except in receiving exceptional children's services or English language learners? Jonathan, do you have any sense of whether that's allowed?
It's a little akin to the earlier question of, can you put together sort of an amalgamation of plans? But at this point, I mean, I believe that that would be supportable. But I'd want confirmation on that.
Dr. Felder?
Yes, so as Mrs. Smiley mentioned, under Plan B, there are six options within Plan B, 6 scheduling options. Some of them would reduce, all designed really to reduce capacity, density in a school. And so, and one of those options is a hybrid option where you could pull or cobble together from the 6 options, put together a plan that could work. One that could reduce the number of students in the school, reduce the number of students who would need transportation. So for example, just to give you an example, under option A, examples of that, which is option A is by grade span, by grade level. One could have 100% of students elementary on site, 100% of middle school students on site, 100% of high school students remote. Another example under that particular option would be K to 3 on site, 4 to 5 on remote, or grades 9 and 10 on site, 10 and 11 remote. Another option would be option B under Plan B, where there's alternating days. And so, and option C is alternating weeks. And so in both of those cases, students would be assigned to a cohort. And some students would come on, if it's alternating days, say on a Monday, Tuesday, and the other days they would be working remotely. And the same would be true if they're in a cohort by weeks. Certain students come on certain weeks and others on other weeks. So my point is within option B, there are a number of options. Within Plan B, there are a number of options.
Okay, Dr. Felder, you may have misunderstood my question. Mm-hmm. Okay, that if we went with option C, which would be virtual learning, which based on state guidelines, that's, in my opinion, that's pretty much our only option right now until the state updates in July. But let's say that we go with option C and we identify some students who are behind. Can we bring them into our elementary schools and middle schools to get them caught up? Not all of them, but basically we got an opportunity to do 50%. Can we bring them in to do 50% for the whole week, not every day? I think majority of parents would prefer a whole week, but bring our at-risk students in that for a week's worth of one-on-one with the teachers in person. I'm not concerned about option A.
So thank you for restating your question. So if I understand Plan C correctly, and I'm looking right in the document, that means schools are closed, and it says no students in school facilities. All at home, all learning for all. Ahead. That's okay. That's what it says in the document. Jonathan, I don't know if you have anything else to add, but.
No, I mean, basically Plan A is up to 100% occupancy in in vehicles, I mean, in transportation and in the schools, Plan B is up to 50% and Plan C is 0, both for transportation and for the and for students being on site. So if the governor comes down with C, there's not going to be on-site instruction of students. So that part's clear. And anyway, yes.
Will? Your question about masks made me think about, I've been wondering about whether the district is going to need some new policies or need to revise some policies in order to clarify our expectations. I'm curious if the State School Boards Association is working on model policies right now. Is this something we should be working on as a board at this moment? How does the policies piece play in?
I know that the School Boards Association is hustling to come up with as many policies as they can to address the issues, but I don't know whether they're specifically dealing with one on masks or the like. And I do agree that part of what the district should be doing is itemizing where do we think we need to have some policy changes. Some of that is stated in the guidance from the state where it says, you'll need a policy on this. And that those need to be collected, and we need to see whether the School Boards Association is preparing to do a model policy, and if not, the district will need to proceed with drafting it.
Great, thanks.
So, Will, can I say one thing?
Go ahead, Hillary.
So I know the governor is considering making face masks required when we're out in public. So I think that that's a possibility that's coming down the pike too. But I am very supportive of Ms. Smiley's suggestion for us to take this to the policy committee at whatever our next convening is. And Jonathan, if you hear anything from the School Boards Association, would you forward anything you get to us as soon as possible?
I'm going to send them an email right now asking their status of any of the any of the implementations from the state guidelines, and I'm going to say, for example, face masks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions from any board members? I just have one additional question, and it may be for you, Dr. Felder, is if we do have to go with option C, how do we ensure, internet access, broadband access? I know we have challenges that we do have some students and families that do not have internet access that would require paper. I do know that we are looking at getting systems for K through 2, but do we have an accurate count of how many students and families per school is going to need some alternate method because they will not have internet access, or we can't accommodate through buses or other avenues? Because I know that looks like where this may be headed, but I worry about the logistics of us understanding what exactly is needed from the standpoint of content and coverage, given, we physically know we have people that don't have high-speed internet access.
So that is information that we are collecting. I'm actually going to ask Todd Jones to speak to what we do know, but we are clear that even with providing families with hotspots, and he can certainly speak to the number that have been distributed since we've acquired them. He can can also speak to the work that we are doing to try to ensure that from the, having Wi-Fi availability on buses to extending Wi-Fi availability even in our school parking lots, although that's not ideal. But we know that despite all of those efforts for some of our families, even the ones that, some of them that we've provided with a hotspot, they still have very few bars. So the broadband is going to be an issue. So Mr. Jones, I don't know. I know he's going to speak to the technology later on in the presentation. I don't know if you want to comment on that now.
Sure. So we know that the schools, teachers have been collecting a lot of information on individual students. They've been forwarding that information to us. As you'll hear in the presentation in a little while, we've given out 198 hotspots so far. We have 302 left, and we've been working closely with Ms. Stowe, the PIO, to make sure that families are aware of the availability of the hotspots. We've also implemented, we're in the process of testing, outdoor weatherproofed wireless access points at the 2 large high schools and the 3 middle schools. And once those are tested and we've got the right antennas, we'll be publicizing that as well to make sure families know there's an option that they can come into certain areas of the parking lot and get good, strong broadband coverage. We also did a trial of roving hotspots through the buses, although those do use the same 4G network technology that the hotspots do. So all of this said, there are still some geographic areas in the district where there is no availability of broadband or even of DSL, and there's not sufficient 4G strength to support hotspots. From my work with, I've been meeting regularly with the CIO of the Orange County government. They've done a lot of work regarding surveys for their broadband project. They've got a list of addresses of families or addresses that they believe are out of the range of 4G broadband. So we're talking about doing some merging of that with PowerSchool to find out the names of registered students who are in those potential dead zones so we can have a more precise outreach. I think right now the estimates are 5% of our students or maybe less are in these areas where there's no availability for within the home. That's where we're looking to augment some of these other capabilities so that families can have options to come into the school parking lots or other areas. That said, as you'll hear in the technology presentation, the real goal is to make sure that 100% or as close as we can get to all of our students have 24/7 internet access in their own home. That's a huge, huge advantage, and we want to make sure that all of our students have that kind of capability.
Yeah.
Any questions about that, or do you want to wait for the technology presentation?
No, the question I was really getting to, well, thank you first of all, Todd, for the information. I'm glad we're reaching out and working with the county and trying to get, a real map to understand that. I guess the thing to me is it seems like at a school level, each school should know that information, right? That, hey, I have 5 people that say, that they don't have internet access. The portable cell service isn't going to work for me, or they've tried it and it doesn't work. And what we're going to do for those specific families, that seems like we should be able to have that information on that, because I think we're going to have cases where there are families that don't have the ability to physically drive to one of our schools or another location to get the content, and we need to figure out how we can service them from a standpoint of making sure they're getting the educational content and are involved in this. But I think we need it at a school level, not at the technology level of you trying to drive it, because you don't have access to who are all the people and the surveys and all that, because I do worry that if we are headed to C, that there's going to be some environment or some number of our student and family population that's going to need something different. And the sooner we can identify who the population is, what things are available, we'll be able to address it. Because I agree with most people that it's looking like C is what the state may go to, and I think the sooner we have that information per school, the better we'll be prepared, especially with how to deliver content in that unique situation.
So, Mr. Atherton,
Will?
I believe we do have that information per school.
Okay.
As Mr. Jones just mentioned, teachers help to collect that information in terms of which students had access, which did not, what kind of access they had.
Okay, so that's something that we could get in I guess a form to the board, just to see, how many of the students are in that scenario and what we're thinking about for how to address that.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Provide that.
All right, Matthew, you had a question?
Yeah, and it actually ties in what you're getting into, Will, that if we try to solve the nation's high-speed internet access, we're going to be talking about this 10 years after I'm dead. And I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Okay, we've got to just come up with a plan to meet the majority of our students, which means we're going to have remote learning based on the governor's guidelines. And then we also have to decide whether or not that we can go ahead and say that we're going to give our underperforming students an opportunity to increase their grade levels at the option B. So we really need to come out and say, hey, we're doing for our elementary schools right now based on guidelines, we're doing C. But we recognize that we have some students we need to do option B. And we do it. And then if the state tells us that we can't, we back up and punt. But we make the decision and the state tells us we can't do it. That's all I got to say.
All right, any other questions from any board members? All right, Tony, you've shows your hand up. Do you have a question or a comment?
I do not, Will. Let me put my hand down.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Felder?
So, Mr. Atherton, I think if we're ready to proceed, I will now introduce Dr. Gammon, who's the Executive Director of Curriculum, to discuss remote learning. That's our next topic.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pitts. I'm sincerely appreciative of the rapid and immediate response to remote learning by all of our Orange County Schools stakeholders during the spring. Throughout this process, we have identified strengths and uncovered opportunities for improvement by closely monitoring staff, student, and family connectivity, gathering feedback from stakeholders, remaining up to date with state and national research and guidance, and consistently adapting to an ever-changing landscape. And through this initial experience and in conjunction with state guidance, Orange County Schools is transitioning from the remote learning experience of spring 2020 to a connected or blended learning experience in the fall. So what's the difference between remote and connected or blended learning? To better understand, we will explore this briefly this evening through the lens of instruction, curriculum, and the environment. A few limitations to remote learning from the spring have been
I lost Dr. Gammon.
Matthew,
he said he lost me.
So Matthew, what do you mean you lost him? You can't hear him anymore? Matthew Roberts, are you there? Todd, has Matthew been dropped from the call?
That's what I'm checking on. Hold on a sec. I don't see him. I will recall him.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Dr. Gammon, just one moment, please.
Okay, no worries.
While we're waiting, Dr. Felder, I just wanted to say, on behalf of the board, the high schools did a fantastic job with graduation. Very positive feedback. Lots of excitement from the kids. Everything went very well with the graduations, and I just wanted to extend my thank you to everybody involved. I saw many staff members, many of the teachers, there in the sun and just the products of what they did and preparing the pictures and the pathways, the stages, and, just the excitement and tears and all of that around having such a magnificent graduation for our students. And I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you on behalf of the board for all of the work that the staff did.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atherton. I was speechless by what I saw and experienced in my 30 some odd years in the field of education, and I've been to too many graduation ceremonies to count. I've never, ever seen anything like what I experienced on Friday and Saturday. It exceeded expectations. And so I too thank everyone. I thank the board for their support. Certainly thank the principals, the teachers, the parents, the students, the central office staff. You talk about a team effort. This was a prime example of that. None of that would have happened without the community coming together and say, we're going to make this work for our kids. And thank God we were able to capture a lot of it on by way of photos. And so if you've not, anyone listening, if you've not had an opportunity to walk through that photo album, I strongly suggest you do that, because those pictures speak a zillion words. And so just hats off to the entire district for making that happen for our kids. And we're still committed to having a traditional ceremony. So don't forget about that. We mean that. If there's one student who wants we're going to do it. So as soon as we get the clearance to do so. But it was an amazing 2 days. I've never been so tired, but I do it all again to make that happen. So thank you to everyone.
Todd, do we have Matthew Roberts back, or are you unable to reach him?
I'm unable to reach him. He has not answered twice now.
Okay, well, we will continue on. Dr. Gammon.
Sure. So a few limitations to remote learning in the spring have been infrequent teacher to student and peer-to-peer connections around learning in real time. There were challenges for families navigating a variety of isolated platforms and web tools, and limitations to community and relationship building. It is important this evening to note that so many of our teachers across our district immediately jumped into action and made a seamless transition to synchronous or real-time learning, as well as asynchronous pre-recorded learning experiences in the spring to ensure continued connectivity with students, but it was not on the widespread scale that we are seeking for the fall. Our district leadership team has worked closely with school leadership teams to identify staff members who found immediate success in a remote learning setting, and we are leveraging their expertise this summer. That said, staff, family, and student feedback have highlighted successes and certain limitations. So we strive to increase accountability and consistent communication between Orange County School staff and families because we want to ensure an exceptional learning experience for all students as we enter the 2020-2021 school year. Our teachers and families have spoken and we are listening. One way to bridge this divide is to create an organized and simplistic structure for teaching, learning, and communication, regardless of whether students are face-to-face or connecting at a distance. To that end, Orange County Schools will strive to streamline our learning management system in the fall, enabling us to consistently establish norms for students and families, post announcements, provide explicit instructions through multiple forms of media, assign and grade student work, and provide ongoing and responsive feedback in one consistent platform. Just as important, students will be exposed to whole group, small group, and one-on-one learning experiences weekly. That said, this fall, we will likely see an interplay, as you've heard throughout the night tonight, between face-to-face and distance learning, which will require us to unlearn some conventional protocols of the traditional classroom setting and to invest in nurturing agency within our students so that they are capable of setting and pursuing their own learning goals regardless of the learning environment that they are in. So a few ways to develop agency within our students as we enter the fall could be having students develop guiding questions and provide input with their teachers around how assessment and evaluation is conducted. For students to lead discussions, whether it's face-to-face or through a virtual platform, creating mutually agreed upon norms for the class or small groups to hold each other accountable, regardless of whether it's face-to-face or at a distance. Inviting students to develop homegrown projects related to their curiosities and interests. Creating a community where students call and check on each other. Record student-led daily announcement videos to boost morale and keep the school community connected, and empowering students to take on an operational role by taking attendance, providing technology support, peer tutoring, or assisting, as I said, their teachers with class planning in this new unconventional environment. So as we proceed through the summer weeks, a cross-representation of stakeholders will continue to be utilized to transform our curriculum offerings. So Todd, you can go to the next slide, into a blended format to best serve our students. Our talented team of teacher leaders, coaches, and district staff did an incredible job, as I've mentioned in the spring, quickly operationalizing their work in a matter of days to develop choice boards for students. While the choice boards did provide equitable access, flexibility, and a variety of learning options for our students, there were limitations around accountability due to the limited synchronous learning options, lack of grading, a focus on review of previously taught concepts, and minimal real-time feedback. For the fall, a cross-district representation of stakeholders are creating and/or are seeking blended curriculum resources to ensure that our students receive synchronous meaning live, face-to-face, and real-time instruction with their teachers, regardless of whether they are physically face-to-face or at a distance, and asynchronous. Again, those pre-recorded lessons so that those learning opportunities are flexible and adaptable to the evolving needs of families, and obviously, as we've heard tonight, to the evolving nature of this pandemic. We also want to ensure that there's equitable access to grade level content through real-time engagement with highly qualified staff, small group instruction for students across the continuum. So students that are identified in any manner, we want to make sure that we are meeting their needs and providing frequent feedback and grading. Lastly, the last few months have highlighted our moral imperative to foster and ensure a nurturing and connected learning environment. So Todd, you can go to the next slide for all of our students. So a few ways to ensure connectivity will be by offering a clear, structured, and adaptable schedule. We've discussed that tonight, and I know we'll be discussing it more at length in the coming weeks, but that will be for pre-K through 12th grade. Providing trauma-informed professional development for staff through a blended learning environment, and creatively investing in our certified and classified staff through professional development and coaching to equip them with appropriate resources that will serve smaller groups of students in accordance with state health guidelines. So moving forward, the framework for an instructional day may look different depending on the evolving nature of this pandemic. And so, Mr. Jones, you can go to the next slide. The following sample schedules are just that. They are intended to provide context and perspective around possible scheduling options for next school year. Please note that these are certainly not approved schedules, but merely for information. As you can see in both schedules, they illustrate that a full day is an option. It is a possibility for students. There is that face-to-face option. However, as Dr. Felder noted this evening, a few minutes ago, there are a multitude of potential options within a Plan B. So we have to be mindful of that as we're making decisions moving forward. So at this time, I can certainly take questions specifically directed to me, and then I'm going to turn it over to Connie Crimmins next to talk more about our virtual program options. So I'd like to ask, would you prefer Connie to share and then ask us both, or would you like for me to answer those now?
Let me just poll to see if there are any immediate questions, if that couldn't wait. I don't see anybody with their hand raised, so why don't we go ahead and cover Connie's as well.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. Orange County Schools is examining the possibility of offering a 100% online program for students starting the 2020-2021 school year. This online program is provided 100% remotely and requires no face-to-face in-person school building access. Currently, an initial inquiry team is gathering information and thinking through items that include identifying an online curriculum source to best offer online programming with curriculum aligned to the North Carolina state standards, analyzing information and research leading to the best choice of grade spans to offer 100% online programming, developing a plan for student enrollment that addresses students with current medical status requiring homebound instruction or health status that would be further compromised by COVID-19 exposure as the first priority. From there, a development of a lottery system based on an equal percentage from across each school could be utilized. Enrollment would most likely be capped due to the cost of the online programs. A means to advertise this no-cost option as a school choice for this coming school year. Please note that this programming will not be a separate Orange County school. This programming leaves students assigned to their building with Orange County Schools providing the instruction remotely. The next slide, Todd. So there are multiple benefits to virtual programming. Some are, this option provides a 100% online option for families who desire a 100% online option. It allows students who were successful with online and remote learning an opportunity to continue in that manner with a rigorous online curriculum, able to meet the needs of most students in the high-risk category, provides Orange County Schools an option for families who have chosen homeschool and private school or charter schools, and bring these families and students back into the Orange County Schools community. Provides a rigorous and more connected experience for students who have previously accessed homebound instruction and need to continue homebound instruction this coming year. And it uses Orange County Schools teachers who may need to continue to work remotely due to the current Department of Health and Human Services definition as vulnerable due to increased health complications if exposed to COVID-19. Although students will be working remotely, this does not equal an inability to connect with peers and teachers. Teachers may start the day with whole group community building activities on social emotional lessons addressing a variety of topics. They might choose to have lunch with their students so that there continues to be that connectedness. Small group instruction can and will be used. The small group instruction will be scheduled by the teacher and be more in the moment, meaning a live session. These small group meetings can provide intervention, remediation, pre-teaching, address IEP goals for students with disabilities, and address the specific needs of English language learners and academically gifted students. Also, the live session small groups allows for facilitation of student discussion, which promotes learning from peers and fosters peer-to-peer connection. The technology and finance departments are included in the inquiry work. If the board approves moving forward with planning and costing out the virtual program, the board will be updated in these areas at a subsequent meeting. So I guess going back to what Dr. Gammon said, do you have any questions for either of us?
Sarah?
I have a few different questions. Maybe I'll just ask them about the virtual program and then let some other board members ask some questions and then ask my other questions. Thank you, Ms. Crimmins, for the overview of that.
Sure.
Three questions. One, I'm curious, how is this different than whatever we would have to do in Plan C, where the whole district is virtual? You mentioned that the online program would probably be capped due to cost, and I'm just curious if you could say more about that, because that would be unfortunate if everybody who wanted to do that wasn't able to do it, and then especially because it would be fewer people in buildings, which would solve some other problems. And then I'm curious, I know that there are some other districts that have announced that they're going to do something online, right? I think Wake, Vance County, I think, Cumberland, maybe, a few counties. I'm curious if you know anything about, I know those are just recent days too, but like if this is similar or different from what they have planned.
Sure. So back to your first question, how does the virtual program differ from Plan C? So Plan C would be, so this would be planned from day one. Students would identify the remote learning from day one. If unfortunately we start on a Plan B and then have to flip-flop into remote learning, then what Orange County Schools is doing is creating these blueprint courses, which will then be able to be, their class would be able to go to synchronous and asynchronous online learning. The cost, unfortunate, we are still in that process. So the cap of people, right, or students being able to access, right now we are still fleshing that out. So I wish I had more information on that, but the percentage would be, so let's say that we could host overall 10% of the district, then we would look at 10% of each school that could be able to attend. Of course, factoring out students who need to continue homebound because of medical issues, or those who have come up as needing homebound instruction because of the exposure to COVID could be detrimental to their health. And then districts in Wake, Dr. Gammon and I have been talking to other districts, and it will be very similar. Again, we are looking at virtual programming where students would remain assigned to their school building, and not a virtual school where it is a separate school. So it would be 14 schools versus 13.
So Connie, I just want to inject a little bit, if you don't mind,
Sure
for
thing.
Sarah's question. So Sarah, part of the cost, my understanding, and this is just because I asked about it a little bit, was for the platform that is actually used to develop the content. So for example, I'm just making this up as an example. So say you're in the virtual program and you are in a classroom with one of the teachers and they want to do a breakout session, instead of what we would do today with say Zoom or something else, you would use this virtual schools platform, and they could just simply say, from their interface, okay, these 3 people are going to this TA to do a smaller breakout, and it's all integrated together. Where for us, we may have to say, since we would use Zoom or something else, there may have to be a transition to get you from one place to another. So some of that cost is in the platform of the programming itself. And that, because I had the same question you had, which was, hey, it seems like we're going to have to do the same thing. Why is this one costing more? Oh, we're paying a company to have this platform that does some of these things automatically and integrated together versus us using some of the, meeting kind of tools to create the virtual environment.
Yeah, and I think just a reaction to that is just knowing that we're in a constrained budget environment and really understanding like which of the bells and whistles are like absolutely critical to running this effectively, because I'm sure that some of them are, and then which of them might not be.
Absolutely, and that is part of our next steps, is really to cost this out and look at what it looks like, and to be able to potentially host as many students as we can, but also being effective with our other instruction as well.
All right. Are there other comments? I know, Sarah, you have others. Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask? In that case, I do have a question. So from the sample schedule and from the virtual program, one of the concerns I have, or questions I have, I should say, is, I worry about in the virtual environment, students being able to do physical writing. And, that's a skill that's very early on, early in the K programs, first, second, learning how to write, making sure they're doing it correctly. And how are we looking at the remote learning to ensure that we have focus on doing those kind of what I would say is non-techie skills that are more of the creative kind of skills.
Mm-hmm. So I will say that we are, and I've mentioned this at one of our previous meetings, that we are rolling out a writing curriculum in certain grade level spans right now, and we're doing that over a 3-year period, K-12. And we are, I know on Monday, at Monday's board meeting, we will provide an update around our next steps with literacy. One of those pieces is this blended transition with that writing curriculum. So our teachers actually this week, today, just finished up a 4-day workshop session that was housed virtually, but they did that for 4 days institute, where they learned more about rolling out this writing curriculum. And we are going to be in the process throughout the summer of ensuring that regardless of whether kids are face-to-face in a classroom or whether they are at home or in a different setting, that they would be able to replicate that to the best of their ability, so that, like you said, Mr. Atherton, it's not just tech skills that they're working on. So there will be more information to come about what that's going to look like.
Okay, will that include cursive writing as well?
That in itself, I cannot comment on at this time, because that's not necessarily a part of the writing curriculum as we're looking at it. I don't want to say yes or no to that. cursive. And I know that's been a conversation across school districts for a number of years at this time. This is more like learning how to write in different formats, whether it's narrative or argumentative, not necessarily cursive. But again, that's something that we can explore as we move forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I only asked because I treat it as well as something different, but I'm finding, I get a lot of comments from parents that their kids don't know how to sign their name, right? Or they print it only. But Connie, did you have a comment?
Well, no, I was thinking if you were thinking the mechanics of writing, like how to hold a pencil, especially for those early learners, that is something that we could certainly have our occupational therapists develop something that, because we have to think differently. How could we facilitate that and teach our teachers how to catch those moments?
Yeah, I when I was talking, I meant the whole thing, right? Because
Right.
some kids come in and they can't write it, right? They don't even know how to hold a crayon or, so that's why I was saying, starting at K going forward. But I think those are important things, especially if we're headed down this path, because, a lot of parents, aren't teachers, and they're sitting there trying to figure it out, and what's the best way to approach it. So
Yep.
Thank you. All right, any other questions before we go back to Sarah? All right, looks like it's yours, Sarah.
Thank you. So this is I think it's mostly comment, not really a question, about sort of the overarching approach to planning for this instruction for next year, knowing that in Plan B, kids are home part of the time and learning virtually. In Plan C, they're home all the time. Like in probably best case scenario, there's going to be some at-home learning. And this goes back also to what Dr. Keeling was sharing at the beginning about the task forces, and then also all of the other stakeholder input that you all are getting. So the central office making the phone calls, the focus groups, working with community agencies to get focus groups together. All of that I think is super, super important. I think the point that I want to underscore here is how crucial it is in our designing of what this looks like to center students and families and their like actual lived experiences and like what is actually going to work in the real world. And I know that many of the people in the district central office and our teachers are also parents. So you can tap into that part of your experience, right? Of like trying to teach and parent at the same time too. But there's something here about, and I know you're thinking so much about like the environment and like the social emotional relationship, it's, the relationships and all of those things with the teachers, but the like, how will this actually work is so, and where's it not going to work? What are the ways that this goes wrong? And what do we do to like mitigate that? I'm thinking of the.
Sarah, I just need to make sure that I'm back in.
Yes, you're.
I apologize.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, Sarah, keep going.
No problem. I'm thinking about the survey data that we had, when you had teachers report in on what share of our students are completing many of their assignments, what share of our students, and that was very low in the middle schools, period. That it was very low for our Black students, for our Latinx students, and like those problems and challenges are going to like continue to be challenges, especially in pockets. And so I just think there's something really, really important here where I think that all of the input gathering and reactions that you're doing are great. And I would just encourage like, do more, like do even more. Like I think the comments, we're going to talk about Hillsborough later, but all the comments, the specific questions that people had about like, how would this work for my family are all the things that can sort of pressure test and make sure that we we've really been able to think through that lens about how functionally it would work. And one thing in particular that it sounded like we're already in touch, we're already thinking about, and I'm not sure which part of the committees, is like the child care piece, right? Is the like supervision of kids for parents who are unable to supervise children while they're doing this instruction, doing to come up with some innovative solutions to that. I don't know what the answers are. Like, as a parent, it's real hard for me, and I'm not an essential worker, like I'm actually at home. So that seems very, very, very hard. In order for any of this to be successful, somehow we have to figure out that piece. And that's a place where I'm thinking like community organization, you know, church basements, I don't know, the rec center. Like, are there community partners who could like set up some spaces when kids are at home, if they can't be at home, to be in a space that has internet and like be able to focus and be supervised? I don't know. I'm throwing out specifics again, but I just think the idea of lots of family input, even on this like sort of approach to structuring our time, and then tapping into other resources to figure out the like child supervision part of this, which feels like parents are going to need to like partner on their kids' education in a way that we have never had to do before, and just helping people figure that out because it's kind of stressful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Will?
Yes, Matthew?
I'm going to follow up on one of Sarah's comments. And if our community partners can have groups of students to help us, why can we not?
Yeah, in that case, Matthew, I was thinking more of the situation where we can have half the kids in the building, but not the other half. Where are the other half? You know, some of them are home with families, and some of them, yeah.
Yeah, Sarah, I'm in total agreement with that. I just want to make sure that we're not trying to pass the ball to somebody else, and we're using the excuse of the government saying that we can't open option B based on the current guidelines. My impression is we got to go with option C, which does not provide an option for our parents who need childcare. And if other governmental agencies can, I want to understand why we can't. That's all I have.
Thank you, Matthew. Any other comments from any board members? See, Jonathan, you have your hand up.
Thanks. I did want to circle back on the question of the discussion of the school district in opening on a more restrictive plan than the governor may decide on July 1st. Because I've heard a couple of times about that the only option for the district might be option C, given the logistics. So the governor's document does state, as I previously indicated, that you could take a more restrictive plan, and that's specifically in there. I would say that does mean that if the governor came out with plan A, that the district could decide to do plan B. There is not guidance at this point about whether you can do it school by school. So the starting point, the district could then decide it's going to go with B. The question though is that if the governor came out with A or B, could the district then go to C on its own and have district-wide remote learning? And at this point, while the governor's guidance does say you could go to a more restrictive plan, I have concerns about saying at this point that the district could just go to C no matter what. And the reason for that is because there's a conflict between the language of the governor's guidance and the statute right now. And what the statute right now states is that you have to have these 5 remote learning days, but you can't have more unless the governor essentially closes school. Now that law may be changed, and I can talk about that when we get more to Hillsborough. But as it stands right now, the general statute, would I think prohibit the district just on its own of jumping to across the board remote. So could the district move from A to B? I think I'm very comfortable saying yes, based on the governor's guidance. But could the district on its own go from A to C or from B to C? Right now I have serious pause about saying that we can do that. And so I just kind of wanted to clean that up, because I'd heard a number of times about the only way we can open is with C under the logistics.
Yeah, Jonathan, the only clarity I want to make sure that we put out there is the exception to what you said is the virtual program. The virtual program would be allowed regardless of A, B, or C to be started virtual and could continue virtual regardless of what the governor stated.
So the virtual program, as the way I've heard it described, is that students would still be assigned to their schools, and that the school district itself is not doing the district is not a remote district, right? So it would not conflict with, in my opinion, the remote requirements right now in the statute. It wouldn't conflict with what the governor has stated in the rules. I am looking at just what are the necessary approval steps for the virtual program. But at this point, I'm not saying that the virtual program has any legal problems.
Okay. Hillary?
So Jonathan, another follow-up question I have about this is, let's say we open in Plan B, but we have a positive test for a staff member or a student in our schools. I mean, are we allowed to then go to Plan C because something like that happens? I mean, I don't know that we can stay open if we have positive tests.
Right, and we would certainly be able to get the health department to say you need to close the school at that time as well.
Okay.
You'd be following that guidance. So that we would, in acting in concert with the health department, we're going to be able to do what's necessary under those circumstances to protect the safety of students and staff. But I just wanted to sort of circle back. I think the idea that we can just on our own go with C, at this point, I would say that I would need more legal support for that before giving the green light.
So,
Will?
Hold on, Matthew. Hillary still got an additional question. Go ahead, Hillary.
do we have, I mean, does our local health department have any sort of sway in what happens now, or is it just the state and only the local health department would be called in to make decisions if we had positive cases?
Well, the guidance from the governor is based on the state health departments, so that that's part of it. But I'm not aware of like the local health department right now being able to weigh in differently. There are the county has its own stay-at-home declarations that we are working with the county attorney on to interpret, to confirm its exact application to the school district. So those are also some open questions that we are working through, and those are also challenging.
I guess that was what I was kind of getting at. What is the relationship between the county health department versus the recommendations from the governor?
Right. I do believe that the county still would have authority to have more restrictive requirements, and whether it's wearing masks are required if the state hasn't done that, whether it's mass gatherings, but we're trying to get final clarification from the county about its application of its current declarations to the school system.
Thank you.
All right. Any other, Matthew, go ahead.
Okay. Will, mine was going along the same line as Hillary's, that the county's requirements on our buses were more restrictive than until today, more restrictive than the state's. I want to know who trumps who, county or state?
So the state in general trumps, but the county can be more restrictive. And so,
So as long as if the county, Jonathan, let me ask it. If the county comes in more restrictive because we happen to have a case in one of our schools that we open on Plan B, and we were to decide that even though the state says Plan A is the option, can we revert to Plan C based on the county health services?
right. Yes.
So the county trumps it if we're more restrictive.
Now we're talking about a specific school and not moving to an entire remote school district at that point, right? You're just talking about that we have a specific health issue and we're going to the county to get declarations about what to do, and we're being told you need to quarantine the whole school.
Okay, that's one option. That's one question that we recognize that we have a problem at one school. I don't care which school it is. The county comes in and says, hey, you got to quarantine that. They trump what the state's saying right now. But if we recognize because of that we're concerned that we're going to have other issues at other schools, we decide to go to the more restricted curriculum, option C. Can we?
You know, Mr. Roberts, I feel like that there's so many what ifs. I'd like to be able to study that further. I mean, right now, the state statute, which I am hopeful will be changed in a matter of weeks, in a matter of a week. But right now, it places clear restrictions on the number of remote days. So I would have a concern at that point of us saying we're going to go remote as a whole school district when the way the state statute currently reads. But I'm hopeful that we're going to get the necessary flexibility that we need. I'm confident that the leaders in the state will make sure that we get that, and so that this won't be a problem. And it's an excellent question. I appreciate it, but I mean, I'm right now the state statute would trump in terms of the limits on the number of remote learning days.
Yes, sir. And I'm in total agreement with you. And I think it's very important that everybody understands right now it's the state that's trumping us. And it's remote learning days. That if we run into a situation where we recognize that things have changed in Orange County, it might have not changed anywhere else in the state, but based on health information in Orange County, we need that flexibility to do away with those remote learning days.
I agree.
That's all I have.
Thank you. I agree. Thank you, board, for letting me circle back on that and do the clarification. I didn't want to leave the meeting without giving you my best interpretation of a very complicated situation.
All right. Any other board comments? So go ahead, Sarah.
I do, and I know we want to keep it moving here because it's almost 9 o'clock. But I'll just say these comments now rather than later. This idea of additional input from families. There are a couple of other specific places where I think that's important, where I would recommend personally. One is Plan B. They have the 6 different options, right? Some kids go in the morning, some in the afternoon, every other week, every other day, etc. There are many factors that will cause us to pick one of those. For example, some kids in the morning and some in the afternoon is going to cause you to clean the school twice a day, which seems logistically challenging. But I think we should ask families which ones do they think would functionally work best for them in terms of their students being able, their children being able to learn. And maybe you can select a couple so you don't have to just pick one. So that's one thing. And then I also think if we have particular dilemmas in this, like childcare, like how do we get more kids to carpool? Like, I think we could put out some of our dilemmas and like ask people to submit their ideas in a Google form. I think we could put a Google form on the website and just ask people what their questions are. And we could use those to build like an FAQ and to pressure test our staff. So I think there's some, and I know I'm just suggesting things that are more surveys, and I actually think, you know, it might be that forums and things are also an important part of this, but those are a couple of the places. Oh, and then the last one, we haven't talked about the budget, but I think crowdsourcing ideas for how we could trim our budget. Some of them we will have not considered. I just believe more ideas from our community is going to lead us to make better decisions. That is all I will say on that.
All right, thanks, Sarah. So one thing we do need to do, I do know that Dr. Felder would like some guidance on the virtual program. So I'm just going to go ask each board member if they're in support of investigating the virtual program. We are not approving. This is not a vote. This is just guidance. Just yes, you're interested in it or not. So I'll just go down the list. Matthew Roberts. Matthew, are you there? Matthew Roberts, can you hear us? All right, Tony McKnight.
Yes, I think
right.
provides us other options.
Okay, Sarah Smiley.
We need an option for medically vulnerable people and people who don't want to send their kids back. I think depending on the price tag of it, I might support it or not support it.
Okay. Yeah, this is strictly, we want to go investigate it.
We absolutely should have an online option. Do I want the $10 million version or the like Google Site version?
That's later.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Dr. Halkiotis.
I think you need to take a serious look at it, recognizing fully the issues of participation. And you also need to understand you're going to have to spend some money training and helping parents and kids chart a successful course through a virtual program. And I suspect ultimately we're going to end up there. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. H. Hillary?
Yes. And when we hear back from staff about it, it would be helpful to me to have it broken down by how much it will cost per pupil.
Okay.
Will, I think I'm back in.
Okay, yep, we can hear you.
Okay. We definitely, in my opinion, have to do a survey on virtual learning to figure out whether or not that's going to work. And I would hope that we do it by school.
Yeah, so Matthew, the question is, do you support us looking at a virtual program for staff to go look into this?
I'm in support of them looking into it.
Okay, thank you. And Chair is in support of this as well. Agree, I'd like to know the per pupil as well, just so we understand the cost of it. All right, thank you, board. All right, so Dr. Felder, you have a green light, unanimous from the board members here tonight to move forward in investigation of the virtual program.
Thank you.
Next up, I believe we have technology. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, so you guys got a pretty good preview of some of the highlights a little while ago. But I just wanted to let you know the technology team, with guidance and input from the technology subcommittee of the Closing the Gap program, we've been looking at how to be more flexible, how to adapt and evolve a lot of our models to support not just connected learning, but all sorts of interim combinations that could involve in-class and connected learners at the same time. So we've really been looking at our top priority for this coronavirus crisis is to provide devices support and 24/7 internet access in students' homes for all connected learning materials to students, as well as operational access for staff. We really stress the 24/7 aspect because we want to make sure that students and staff can really have that ubiquitous access, knowing that that is it's a tremendous disadvantage, even for students who have, they can travel to hotspots, et cetera. It makes a big difference for them to have that persistent access at home. So some of the highlights of what we've done to date: we've implemented a connected support function. So we've got a helpline. We're able to remote into a lot of devices and resolve many of the issues during that phone call, which is ideal. We've procured some additional hardware to be able to meet the hardware needs, since we're at the end of a 4-year cycle and there's more turnover of hardware. And by the way, the additional hardware we've been getting should parlay well into the refresh program. So it's not just short-term money that we're spending, but investments into the future as well. We've implemented a swap station function for safely providing access to staff and students with replacement hardware, so folks can come up and they can safely leave their damaged hardware behind. We can provide them with new equipment that's all inventoried out to them. So once people contact the help desk, they're able to schedule the hardware replacement, usually within 24 hours if they're having any issues that can't be addressed over the phone. You'll also note that I will be bringing before you on the Monday meeting the recommendation to accept a bid award for the RFP we put out. As you all may know, we're at the end of our 4-year cycle of equipment that we bought in 2016. That equipment has been very reliable, but it's getting very old. It's going to be out of warranty soon. And just to give you an idea, of the 6,000 or almost 7,000 devices we bought previously, just this last summer alone, we had 2,300 repairs just during the summer. So we're seeing a real rapid acceleration in the number of repairs and the wear and tear on those devices. Similarly with staff devices as well. So the refresh program will include a one-to-one device allocation for all students. That includes 8,000 Chromebooks for grades 1 through 12. So we wanted to make sure we had a plan for covering all of the grades, not just the traditional 3 through 12 that we've been doing. So this is going to provide flexible and convertible Chromebooks for all the grades. And we're going to repurpose 600 iPads that we already have for the kindergartners. We also need to replace 1,000 Windows laptops for staff. That will include all of the teachers who have the 4-year-old devices and the other staff who are assigned computers to perform their functions. Most of those devices are older than the teacher devices as well. We also want to make sure that staff have laptops so that they have the flexibility of working from home or in the schools or in our facilities. We had a number of people who were desktop users, and in the old model that was fine. We're finding that flexibility is going to be really important going forward. The estimated cost of this program is $4.5 million, and the bids that we got are right in that range, as you'll see on Monday. We're going to bring a bid recommendation before the board on Monday. We're just finalizing some of the financing issues with the finance team. So again, this will extend the reach of our one-to-one program all the way down to the kindergarten program, all the way up to the 12th graders as well. We plan to use all of the equipment that we're replacing, have that in a pool of loaners that can be used for short-term loans and for other needs that may come up, including some CTE programs that require Windows machines and the occasional volunteers, students, teachers, et cetera, who come into the district. So we'll have a pool of devices that we can use for those. In addition to our hotspot program, and as I mentioned before, we've given out 198 hotspots so far. We've got 302 left, keeping in mind that when fully deployed, they will cost as much as $25,000 a month in order to pay for those data plans. That is unlimited data, and we're leveraging the state contract with Verizon. So That's a pretty good deal, but nevertheless, $25,000 a month to support all those hotspots, if we end up activating all of them, is going to be a very heavy lift, I recognize. We're also implementing a secondary school parking lot Wi-Fi. The two large high schools already have these weatherproofed access points that are available from certain areas of the parking lot, as well as all three of the middle schools, so that if there are needs that families have that cannot be met through hotspots or broadband, there is that option that they can come and park in our parking lots. And thanks to the weatherproof mounted equipment, there should be a good throw, if you will, of the Wi-Fi canopy into the parking lot. We're also evaluating the roving Wi-Fi on buses to be able to bring Wi-Fi out to areas that might not otherwise have it. It should be noted that that uses the same 4G technology that the hotspots leverage as well. So we'll have to be judicious on where we put those. I also wanted to mention that one of the things we're looking for in this refresh is Windows laptops that will be compatible with a form of wireless video and audio, so that we can look at a way to outfit the classrooms so that the teachers will have the option of teaching to reduced size classrooms, while also simultaneously including through Zoom or Meets or any of these other softwares, the remote learners as well. That way, the remote learners, let's say the A and B day students, the teachers can actually teach to both sets of students, and then they can make more progress than if they were just having to review the lesson plan that they did for the A students the next day with the B students. So we're looking at leveraging technology to really try to maximize engagement with students without having to look toward adding a whole lot of faculty. So that's one of the things we're looking for in this new technology and some of the upfits we can make in the classroom. We're getting a lot of really positive excitement from the technology subcommittee. Everyone on that call is eager, and they're asking if they can be part of the pilot program and they can evaluate that stuff. They're really eager to get this new equipment. So with that, I will pause and ask if the board has any questions.
Any questions from anybody? So Todd, I do have a couple of questions. This bid recommendation, is this a lease or a purchase for the equipment?
So actually, we solicited bids that would provide any combination of those. Some of the vendors had a finance option, some had a lease option, but all of those, I've forwarded all that information over to Ms. Rath, who's evaluating those.
So we don't know which option yet is what's coming forward yet.
I have a recommendation that I'll bring forward to you folks on Monday.
So out of curiosity, did we compare this bid to what Chapel Hill did, just because they just recently did theirs as well? I mean, I know theirs is a larger number of systems, but did we look at who they used and what their bid amounts were per system?
Absolutely. We and actually it's pretty comparable in numbers since they weren't outfitting the entire district. So I worked with Tharrington Smith. There's a particularly tech savvy attorney with the firm. We looked at piggybacking on that contract. The equipment that Chapel Hill wanted to go with for the students was a little more expensive than what we thought was appropriate for our district. And apparently the piggybacking requires not just that a contract offers equipment at a certain price, but that another governmental agency has actually leveraged that particular equipment. So in other words, the Chapel Hill Carrboro contract or the bids included a range of equipment. We can only piggyback on it if we were looking to go with the same equipment that Chapel Hill Carrboro ended up going with. So we went with an informal RFP process. I did reach out to a number of vendors, some of whom we've worked with before, one of whom was the vendor that Chapel Hill Carrboro had selected. I reached out to them very early in the process as soon as that was posted. We did not get a bid from that firm. We did get 3 bids. They're very, very close in price, as you'll see. I think that's largely because the margins on laptop technology are so thin these days that it's not surprising that the bid amounts were very close.
Okay, and I have just 2 more questions. So for all of these internet options that we're offering, whether it's the bus, parking lot, any of those options, are we enabling our filtering of sites on those so we know they're being restricted and ensuring the safety and security of whoever's on them?
So one of the many advantages of having these Chromebooks is it gives us great power in how we administer those. All of the Chromebooks that the students have currently, and this will be true into the future, they're configured to go through our Zscaler filters, regardless of the network they're on. So they're all authenticating through the Zscaler filters, even if they're on a completely unfiltered network. It also retains the access logs in case there's any questions about inappropriate access.
Yeah, I was
capability, excuse me?
No, I'm sorry, finish your thought.
I was going to say that capability is also, we're researching that for the iPads as well. It's a way to kind of redirect all the traffic back through the filters regardless of the networks they're on.
Yeah, I was more thinking, Todd, on the bus access points themselves at the source. So when we're there or in the parking lot, I mean, obviously the parking lot would go through the district's filtering, but any of these hotspots we give out or the buses, do they have the filtering enabled or is that capable?
So the Wi-Fi that we're using on the buses is through a K-12 bus hotspot supplier. So they've got their own independent filtering that we've leveraged in case someone brings a different device.
Okay.
The hotspots, we're currently giving those out as is. We're looking at the possibility of enabling some filtering on those, similar to what we've enabled for the Chromebooks. But currently, we're relying on the Chromebooks themselves to do any of the filtering through how they're authenticating.
Okay, thank you. I think Matthew has a comment, but he needs to be unmuted.
Let's see.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Matthew, did you have a comment?
I no longer see him in the list.
Okay.
I can try to call him back.
Yeah.
That's going to take a little bit.
Okay, let me see if there's any other questions from anybody while you look at that. All right, I see no hands raised. Jonathan, your hand is raised. Do you have a question or a comment or just residual from earlier? Okay.
I took it down, thanks.
Okay. All right. While Todd works on getting Matthew back for the phone, do we want to, Dr. Feller, do you want to go ahead and move forward with Ms. Rath?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Hi, I was hoping, I do not see the presentation on my screen.
Sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things at once.
Sorry. As soon as it's back up, guys, I will be happy to begin.
Do you see it now, Rhonda?
I do. Can you go to the next slide, please? Oh, too many. Sorry. Need to back up at least one slide. There you go. Thank you very much.
Whoops.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're having some latency issues, Rhonda.
Oh, yeah, I got all of these nice little triangles saying I'm on low bandwidth, so I apologize. Okay, so you've heard all the challenges up to this point in regards to what we've been looking at logistically. Now let's talk about the financial challenges. The Fiscal Research Division and the Office of State Budget and Management recently researched and revised the general fund revenue forecast. The forecast for the fiscal year 2020-2021 was revised downward 2.5 billion or 9.9%. The forecast for the current fiscal year, which ends June the 30th, has also been adjusted downward 1.6 billion or 6.6%. So basically what this means is the amount of money that the state is receiving in to fund its agencies is being projected to go down 6.6% for the fiscal period for the period of March through June. And then for next fiscal year in total, it's being projected to be down 10%. Another challenge that we have is we know now what our local operating budget is going to be funded at from our county commissioners, and we are going to be underfunded in regards to what we need for our continuation budget for next year. We also understand, there's a lot of discussion of the relief funds that we have received from state and federal resources. And yes, we have received those funds, but what I want to make sure that I communicate tonight is that those funds are nearly depleted to rapidly stand up and deploy remote learning and to provide the supplemental food for our families. Next slide, Todd. So let's talk about the first COVID-19 relief funds that we received. This is Governor Cooper's emergency COVID relief funds. Our district received $226,956. This funding was restricted to only be related to child nutrition, child care, remote learning, and sanitation incurred in the school buildings as a result of closure. Just to date, those funds expire on June the 30th, and we have expended all of those funds. Between the printing of the remote learning packages and the postage, as well as stipends to our staff and additional computer equipment, those funds have been depleted. Next slide. Thank you. The next area that we have received additional funds from is the Federal CARES Act, or House Bill 1043. To date, we have received $942,810. This expires on September the 30th of 2021. And this funding is a little bit more flexible than the governor's funds, and it's more in line with how we are able to spend our Title I dollars. We did have to submit a plan and apply for these funds, and we did that. And what I'm going to share with you see next is how that spending is planned and basically how it's going to be expended. For support of remote learning, we have planned $254,700. This is the development of exemplar lesson plans and courses with corresponding professional development. And it's the purchase of curriculum for blended learning that will enable us to move seamlessly from face-to-face to remote learning. You've heard us refer to PPE, or personal protective equipment. We planned $498,000, into this plan for staff and students to have PPE available to them every day that we are in face-to-face learning. There's a social and emotional and mental health portion that we planned $50,000 to spend in support of that, to have additional supports in place for the social and emotional well-being of our students when they return to the classroom. We have 50,000 planned for sanitation and disinfectant just for the supplies. You've heard us talk about the challenges with our classroom structures as well as our buses. And, you know, we've also talked about those guidelines about sanitizing and disinfecting surfaces as well as transportation areas. An important piece that I want to note that is also required of us for this Federal CARES Act money is we are required to set aside a fair share for the private schools that are in Orange County, and that is estimated to be $90,000. The private schools in Orange County do have access to these funds and can apply for those funds. We are actually in the process of setting up those meetings with those staff, those schools currently, to determine who they are and to identify those needs. So as a result of that plan, we have expended the additional Federal CARES Act funds that we received for COVID-19. Thank you, Todd. So what does this mean budget-wise? We have a lack of funding for our fiscal year 2021 local continuation budget of roughly $200,000. Orange County Schools requested a $148 per pupil increase for this upcoming fiscal year, which equates to $984,000. This was for anticipated mandated benefit and salary increases. As a result of the economic downturn, we feel confident that we will not see any mandated pay increases in fiscal year 2021. I know there is some discussion out there currently in legislation in regards to one-time bonuses, but in regards to actual pay increases at this time, and because of the economic downturn, I do not anticipate that we will see those. However, I do anticipate and do know that we will see benefit increases in our retirement rate as well as our portion of our hospital premiums that we pay. The county's proposed funding falls short approximately $200,000 to fund the ADM growth and the benefit increases that we are anticipating for the upcoming fiscal year. With the state revenues forecasted to turn downward 9.9%, it is anticipated that the LEA state funding will be adjusted downward as well. We do not know what that adjustment is at this point in time, but we are estimating, and I will show you in a later slide, an estimate of what that anticipated reduction could potentially be. One of the items that we've talked about is the personal protective equipment. Again, when we costed it out and did our preliminary research, we were looking at $81,000 a month. If we factor that over 10 months, we're looking at roughly $810,000. And you know from the previous slide that we had roughly planned approximately half of that in the CARES fund relief funds that we received. We also spoke with you about the virtual learning program and our preliminary research in regards to that. For us to be able to offer that to every student, all 7,380 plus students in Orange County schools, preliminary estimates is $2.8 million. And again, I just want to caveat that we are working those and flushing those out. But as a worst case scenario, we're looking at $2.8 million as a total for that program. Now, Todd, if I may have control now to share my screen.
Okay, Will, I just want to see if I'm back online.
You are. We can hear you.
I
Thank
hear
you.
you.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on, team. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Not sure why I'm not able to project this presentation. Please forgive me. Can you see my presentation now?
No, what it looks like is you're sharing an application versus your desktop. When you click sharing, are you saying the whole screen or are you just picking like a specific application?
Picked PowerPoint.
Yeah, it looks like for some reason what we're seeing is a grayed out item, which normally indicates something's in front of your item you're sharing. We can see it now.
Fantastic. Okay, what I have before you now is a budget comparison for our state and local budget, and I have 5 years up here for you. And I know this is a lot of data, but I just wanted to share this with you to kind of give you a trend of what our funding has been from the state and local, as well as what our fund balance has been. As you are aware, ADM, or average daily membership, drives our funding. And as you can see, since fiscal year 2017, we have been taking a pretty significant downward trend in our average daily membership. We started to come back up a little bit in fiscal year 2020. For fiscal year 2021, what we know right at this time is that we've been projected to have an average daily membership of 7,381. That is what we know at this current moment. We also know our local expense funding for this upcoming fiscal year, which is $35.6 million. It's a little bit less than our funding for this fiscal year, and a portion of that is because our ADM did decrease, and also because the county did not fully fund our budget. What I want to particularly hone in on is the state public school fund. As you can see, for this current fiscal year, our state public school funding was $49.5 million. If I estimate, and again, this is a pure projection and estimation, looking at the trend in state funding during our last recession at the 2008-2009 timeframe, when we went into that recession and moved forward in the 2009-2010 fiscal year, our local education agency had an 11.5% reduction in the funding that was provided to us from the state. So a worst case scenario, knowing that revenues are already projected to be down as far as the state is concerned, as well as the county, as a result of the shelter in place and of businesses being closed, a worst case scenario is the 44 million that we could and take as our state funding for next school year. So that's roughly a $5 million decrease from where we are currently at this time. What I want to show you here is the breakdown, as you'll see in front of you, of how those two numbers break down into the categories for our district between salaries and benefits, purchase services, supplies and materials, capital outlay, and then what we have to pay out to the charter schools. As you can see, the nature of our business, because of what we do, the biggest portion, which you are aware of our budget resides in salaries and benefits for our staff. Purchase services basically is comprised of contracted services, travel, training, workshops, conferences, professional development. That is what is made up of that category. Supplies and materials is basically just as it is, supplies and materials. And the capital outlay, as far as the local budget goes, that is primarily consists of the fund balance appropriations that we have made for the corporate drive upfitting, as well as that's primarily what is there on the local side. On the state side, that capital outlay is primarily our purchase of vehicles surrounding our driver's ed program. So this is a little eye-opening, can be a little shocking when you look at it in regards to what we need, what we know our local operating budget funding of the $37.8 million for next fiscal year. Projecting our state in a worst case scenario based upon the last recession that the state saw in the 2008 timeframe, worst case scenario would be a reduction of 5.3 million. So overall, a total reduction of 5.4 million going into the next fiscal year. Again, I just want to make sure that it is known and understood that at this time we have no indication from the state as to what their budget is going to be. Hopefully, we get a budget this year, unlike our past year, which basically was it was basically just held at the same level as the previous year. We know legislators are in, that they're talking and they're working through this, but at this time, we have no indication of any funding that is going to be provided to our schools. We really don't even know. There's not been legislation that has been passed where a lot of the funds that we are accustomed to being able to carry over, balances that are unspent, that legislation has not even been passed for us to do that at this point. Finally, I can get this to go down. There we go. Let's talk about, so I've kind of given you a very high level of our anticipated funding. And now let's talk about some of these unbudgeted expenses that we are anticipating. Again, worst case scenario, this is why we had talked about when we were talking about the virtual program that more than likely, based upon our preliminary research, that we would have to cap the number of students because we will just not be in a position to be able to fund $2.8 million. A blended curriculum based upon the research and what we've been doing for that, to be able to have curriculum where we can seamlessly flow from face-to-face to remote. We're anticipating an additional $200,000. Mr. Jones talked about some upfitting that he is looking at in regards to the classrooms to allow simultaneous teaching. So when we may have students on an AB schedule that are actually in a classroom. Those students who are remote would be able to also view that teaching, and that is anticipated to be $250,000 to upfit for that. The personal protective equipment, of course, is based upon $81,000, $81,000 a month for 10 months is where the $810,000 is coming from. We do know and are confident that we're going to have mandated benefit increases in our retirement rate as well as our portion of our hospital premium we pay for our staff. This was in our county request to our commissioners for $321,500, which was not fully funded for the upcoming year. Any mandated benefit increases that the state mandates for those staff that are paid from state funds, we will receive those increases to support that. But for all of those staff that are paid locally, we will have to find other means to fund those should our local budget not accommodate that. I did factor in here, we do know that legislators are throwing out and are talking about a one-time bonus for teachers and other classified staff. If I look at based upon what is known at this time, those eligible staff, we are looking at roughly $700,000. You've heard us talk a whole lot about transportation and how that's going to look. We know based upon the fleet that we have right now that we're short drivers. And to be able to get those drivers to run these routes, we're at least looking at $100,000 for the fleet that we have now. This is not taking into account a monitor being on every one of those buses should we be mandated to check temperatures on before a student is allowed to board a bus. The additional sanitizer and disinfectant that's going to be needed for all of our classrooms, for our buses, for our students and our staff, preliminarily is estimated at $160,000. And also additional staff for all of the increased cleaning that is going to be required of our buildings is estimated at $448,000. Okay, Todd, I'm ready to go back to giving you control again of the PowerPoint presentation, and we should be to the budget implications food slide. I'm sorry, I have it. There we go. Okay, as you are aware, we have been providing supplemental food boxes for our families. These supplemental food boxes have been funded through the generous donations of our community and other businesses and members within our community through our K-12 Payment Center application that is normally utilized for lunch prepays. As of June the 8th, for just that week of June the 8th, we actually put together and delivered 108 supplemental food boxes. And as of June the 12th, we had put together and delivered a total of 1,402 supplemental food boxes. These are food boxes and food in addition to the daily meals that our child nutrition staff has been delivering. The total cost for those supplemental food boxes for the 108, it was $1,500, and to date, for the 1,402 boxes we have been able to put together, our total cost has been $12,700 approximately. Next slide, Mr. Jones. In regards to our breakfast lunch combo food services that are being delivered by our child nutrition department, as of, well, the week of June the 8th, we had and put together 6,800 meals. And as of June the 5th, we had created and delivered almost 80,000 meals to our families and our students. For the month of May, we got reimbursements of 205,000, and our expenditures, when you look at the month of May, because of a change that was made in the way that we request our reimbursements, we were actually able to stay in the black for the month of May. However, when you look at March, April, and May combined, we are currently at a loss in this program of $179,445. There are some CARES Act funds that have been allocated specifically for this program and for the school nutrition program. These funds expire on June the 30th, and it is our hope that we will be able to apply this loss to those funds. Should we not, the program does have a healthy fund balance that would enable them to use fund balance to fund that loss and to not be a detriment to that program. Next slide, please. The North Carolina Association of School Business Officials did some research and put out a one-pager that I wanted to take an opportunity just to share with the board, that they looked at the current requirements to be able to reopen schools, and based upon their estimates of an average school district, and this would not really be true for your larger school districts such as Wake or Charlotte Meck or Guilford. This is going to be more in line with those school districts that fall in the ADM range of where we are. Based upon the guidance and what is going to be needed to reopen these schools, it is estimated that every school will have to expend at approximately $1.8 million just to open the schools. And I won't read through each of these categories here, but as you can see, it's a lot of the things that I have already previously talked about in my previous slides, primarily surrounding the additional staff that is going to be needed, the additional sanitation and personal protective equipment that is going to be needed, and, you know, child care. Some of those things are factored into here as well. It's a pretty daunting and overwhelming number when you look at it, and it's going to prove some challenges for us as we go into the next fiscal year. And last slide, Mr. Jones, and then we will open it up for questions because I know you guys have them. These are some of the things that we wanted to share with you that we are talking about at the cabinet level, and will be flushing out to bring back to the board as recommendations to balance the budget. One of the items, we had done this in a previous year, and we are talking about this again, is each of the central office departments taking a 10% budget reduction. We're also looking at freezing vacant central office positions for 90 days as we have implemented in the past. We're also looking at ceasing non-essential travel reimbursements. We're also discussing and looking at ceasing out of district professional development for workshops and conferences. Another option that may have to be discussed and looked at is a furlough across the district, which basically equates to every staff member having to take some reduction in pay. Another option that we have also began looking at and flushing out is potentially reducing certain classified populations to 30 hours a week. This would not in this scenario. This would not be your student-facing classified staff, but more of your support positions and your admin support positions. And another option that you are aware of that we have been talking about is the repurpose and redistribution of certain positions throughout the district as appropriate. An example of that would be the elementary Spanish teachers that we have been having some conversations in regards to. That is all I have for the finance piece of this presentation, and I guess I will pause here and allow you an opportunity to ask some questions.
All right. Questions from the board? Hillary.
I think this is maybe more of a comment. Thank you for all this information. It is a little overwhelming to take in. I appreciate these suggestions for ways that we can balance our budget. I'm having trouble making these decisions and thinking about how they will affect the district without looking at the budget a little more thoroughly. And I'm wondering, like, it's hard to look at just individual line items, and I'm wondering if we need to have some sort of a retreat to talk about the budget so that we can all understand it a little better as we're making these really dire decisions. And I'm curious about what other board members think of that, because I could probably be here all night asking questions, and I don't think anybody wants that.
Sarah?
Yeah, just to respond to that, I do think digging in deeper is a great idea. I know that I think this is just sort of a preview, so we're not, making decisions tonight. But
right.
I think definitely getting in deeper. Related to my comment earlier about also just like soliciting ideas from the community about where we might be able to cut. Just an example of that is Denver Public Schools. If Ms. Rath or anybody, communications folks want to take a look at how they have solicited, every school district in America is facing the same situation because of the recession and the costs. So I think there are some models for like that idea.
Will?
Yes, Matthew?
Rhonda?
Yes, sir.
That if we go to virtual learning, our need for transportation would drastically change, depending on how long that we have to do it. I would like to know, is there a better way of delivering the food to our families under a virtual learning environment than what we're currently doing? In that we're driving out a big bus, can we do it a different way? I'm just saying that we need to look at that. And then also, if that's the case, that we're not, our transportation needs are going to drastically come, there has to be some cost effects of that. But the one thing that kept coming up tonight was that the virtual learning thing, that we were going to restrict the number of our students that could do it. And Rhonda, this isn't a question for you. It's really probably a Dr. Felder. Why are we restricting our students versus, because it sounded like we were current students that were doing it at home or early in that. Why do we have to restrict our students?
So the reason why we are looking at restricting students is based on the dollar amount to offer a virtual learning program to all students. And so as Rhonda shared, the estimate right now would be approximately $2.8 million. And so thinking that, we may not be able to do that for every child. And there could be families who don't want a virtual option. Figuring out, again, we're still in the early stages of exploring what all the options can be with that, but thinking that given the budget constraints that we have, not sure that we could afford $2 million, $2.8 million to offer a virtual program to all students. So restricting that, putting a cap on the number of students who could participate is what we're thinking about at the moment.
Sarah?
I just have a couple of follow-up questions for Ms. Rath. So it sounds like we don't know when we will know from the state. If they don't pass a budget again, do they give us the same amount of money as last year? Possibly, and we don't see the 10% cut. And then if there is a cut, I know that the way the state allocates money, some of it is allocated for positions and some of it is like pots of money for specific purposes. Do we have flexibility within that? Or if they say, here's your 10% cut and 10% cut in the personnel cost, do we, teachers, do we have to sort of follow along with that?
Those are great questions. And based upon my review of this reduction and based upon the way that we're funded from the state, we are funded in specific allotment areas. And there's very little flexibility in a lot of those allotments to move them around. So, for example, I will use a category of principals and teacher assistants, for example. We are allotted specific dollars that go into each of those buckets, and we're not allowed to move between the two, if that makes any sense. So whatever the state tells us our funding is in those areas, that is what our funding is. And a lot of the areas that we only have flexibility to transfer in and out of is primarily in textbooks, where we're able to move from the, because nobody actually is purchasing textbooks out of the state warehouse anymore, we're actually able to shift those funds to be able to be more supportive of digital resources. But other than that, there's very little movement that the state permits us to do between those individual buckets of what we are allotted. If that's helpful.
That is very helpful. Thank you. No, yeah, thank you very much. And if they don't pass a state budget, do we just get the same amount of money we got last year?
That is a great question, and I am still researching that because based upon the current legislation, we were in a biennium budget, and if they don't pass a budget again in the biennium, we carried the budget that was allotted to us the year before. I'm going out on a limb and just assume that if we do not get a budget again, that our starting point, I would hope, would be at funding of where we had this past fiscal year.
Yeah, one other comment to yours, Sarah, is that I have been talking to our legislative representatives, and they're not going to have a view on where we are until July 15th. So that's ironically tax day for North Carolina. So that's when they're going to see where they are from a financial standpoint of the first snapshot. The other thing I was going to say is, Rhonda, the House did pass the $350 bonuses, but in that there's also step increase raises as well. But that's just the House bill. Until it goes through the Senate, we don't know what the final one is, but I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yeah, we have to get through the Senate and we have to get through the governor. So thank you.
Comment.
Go ahead, Dr. H.
Yeah, could we ask the attorney what the legal requirements are for the passage of a school system budget? Dates.
Jonathan?
Okay, so you all have done your step of superintendent presented it to the board approved it, sent it on to the county county has now, to my understanding, that they have approved the budget. Is that correct? And you guys by the July 1st date. So that's where you are, and that you would then, what you've done in the past is that if you don't have all of the information in to do a final budget resolution, then you can pass interim budget resolutions until you are able to approve your final budget. And with,
Well, I think the suggestion that the future board is going to need to have a full day retreat is very appropriate, because you guys are going to have to wrestle through a whole bunch of issues to see where you're going to end up.
yeah.
I just want to.
And during interim budgets, you're permitted to continue to expend for the usual expenses, which is a challenging question during a pandemic of what are usual expenses. And I interpret that more broadly based on the circumstances.
Yeah.
While I have the floor for just a second, I did just want to mention, unfortunately, I had to give lots of guidance during the last recession around reductions in force, and just reminders. And I know these are just options that are being explored in the event that you have to do anything along those lines. And I'm certainly hopeful that that's never going to be the case. But there are many legal procedures that would need to be followed. You guys have a policy for your certified staff, policy 7920. But I know that the superintendent and cabinet are certainly looking at other options that are already listed that wouldn't involve that, such as freezing positions and so on and so forth. But if it came to actual reductions, there's a number of legal procedures, and just wanted to make sure we were aware of that as you're looking at those options.
All right. And
Do you
Rhonda?
need a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes. I was about to say, Rhonda, I saw you have your hands up, but can we get a motion to extend? We do need to cover the lottery, and I do think HES needs to be discussed as well. So
I'll motion to extend for 30 minutes, which I don't think is going to be quite enough, but let's start with that.
all right, we have a motion from Sarah, a second from Dr. Halkiotis. Tony McKnight?
Yes.
All right. Matthew Roberts? Matthew Roberts? Hillary McKenzie?
Yes.
Dr. Halkiotis?
Yes.
Sarah Smiley?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay, we are extended. Sarah, sorry, Rhonda? Rhonda, are you there?
I am there. I was talking and didn't turn my mute off. I
Okay,
apologize.
go ahead.
Thank you for asking the question about timeline for budget resolutions. At your Monday night meeting, there is an interim budget resolution that is on the consent agenda, and that is basically just to allow us to continue operating in the interim. Historically, in normal circumstances, usually that first meeting after the board recesses briefly in the summer is when we would bring a full budget to you for approval.
Meeting.
And then we would just adjust our state funding as needed as more information becomes available from the state. So that is kind of the timeline that we are looking at. The interim budget is on Monday night's agenda. And then shortly in July, August timeframe, we will be looking historically at a full budget for approval.
All right. Thank you, Rhonda. Any other questions before we move to HES? I know we will have more discussions on this, as Rhonda mentioned, on our Monday meeting as well.
Okay, Will, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I knew it would be bad. That's why I said I needed to connect by phone. Okay, I could hear the last part of Rhonda's conversation.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. All right, Dr. Felder, can we move into the HES discussion?
Absolutely. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Jason Johnson, Executive Director for Schools, to lead us through this discussion.
Good evening, everyone, and I hope everyone's doing well. At this time, we would like to discuss the calendar of Hillsborough Elementary and the different possibilities for the opening this upcoming school year. Recently, Hillsborough Elementary gave a reentry survey to their families to gauge their comfort level on returning to school in July. It was a short survey, and the survey was approximately 10 questions. The survey had a response rate of 90%, which is very impressive. We really appreciate the families at Hillsborough Elementary feedback and their quick turnaround on the survey. As you can see, 55% of our families said that they feel comfortable returning to school in July with proper safety protocols in place. 31.9% of our families at Hillsborough Elementary were unsure about returning in July, and 12.9% said that they were not comfortable returning to school in July. On the next slide, we're going to open the discussion and seek your guidance about possible calendar options for Hillsborough Elementary. The first option is to stick with the July 15th start date that was approved at the May 18th board meeting.
Turn it off. I have to be in here.
The positive was sticking with the start date and the calendar that was approved. There would not be any changes for our families, students, and staff. It also meets all the requirements of a year-round school in terms of having 45 days in school and 15 days for intercession. The challenge with this calendar is having everything ready for the 15th of July, and we've pretty much been discussing that all night tonight. It's going to be challenged to have all of the safety measures in place. In addition, at this time, it is hard to plan for July 15th because we're waiting on the governor's announcement that will come July 1st, in which he will give us the baseline for reopening schools. Frankly, timing is the biggest issue. And not only that, letting families and staff know in a timely manner about any changes to the calendar is also a concern. The second option is to develop a new calendar that meets some of the characteristics of a year-round calendar. When I mention characteristics, I'm referring to having intercessions. We will still have intercessions throughout the school year, but they may be shorter than the typical 15-day intercession. This will require legislative change that's currently under consideration by the General Assembly. If these changes take place, it will offer us more flexibility in creating a year-round calendar. And Todd, if you don't mind clicking on the Wake County Schools calendar. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm sharing with you a calendar that Wake County Schools has created. This is an example only, and we're not recommending that we adopt this calendar. This is just for a point of reference. This calendar has a start date of August 17th and an end date of June 29th. This is a very late end date, and it will create an extremely quick turnaround for our students, families, and staff to start the 2021-2022 school year. I would also like to note that this calendar has 168 instructional days. The current calendar for Hillsborough Elementary has 181 instructional days. I do believe that working with the team and community at Hillsborough, we can possibly move the last day of school up by a few weeks, and I think we could come up with more instructional days. Another calendar option would be we could start school August 3rd. And you can go back to the slides, Mr. Jones. But if we do not have a legislative change in the calendar law, this will have an impact on Hillsborough Elementary holiday schedule, because under the current calendar law, year-round schools have to be in session for 45 days and they must be out for 15 consecutive days. So if we start on August 3rd without a change in law, students and staff will have 3 days off for holiday break. So those days will be December 24th, 25th, and they could possibly be on December 28th. They will come back to school for a few days in January and then go out officially on January 6th for their intercession. Now, if the law changes, we can make an August 3rd calendar work and hold true to the year-round concept. It may not be the 45 days in and 15 days for intercession, but we can make it work. The final option would be that Hillsborough Elementary can go on the traditional calendar for 1 year only. So on the next slide, we will discuss our recommendations in regards to the year-round calendar. Before we start discussing the recommendations, please note that under all of the plans that you see on this slide, we're clearly recommending to maintain year-round in all of the plans. Our recommendation based on the governor's July 1 decision for Plan A, which Dr. Felder mentioned earlier, was around opening school with minimal social distancing. If that's the case, we will maintain our year-round and open July 15th. For right now, I will skip Plan B and go to Plan C, and I will come back. Plan C, this is pretty simple. If the governor comes back and says everyone is at home, we're closed, and we do remote learning, we will maintain year-round and open July 15th. If he comes back with Plan B, which is opening but moderate social distance and 50% capacity, we will recommend maintaining our year-round status, but delay the opening until August 3rd or August 17th if the General Assembly approves the new calendar laws. The rationale for our Plan B recommendation, it will give us more time to do due diligence and make sure we have all safety measures in place for our students, families, and staff. Plan B will take a little more time for us to plan for. And at this time, I would like to pivot to Sarah Pitts so she can speak to Plan B and some of the safety issues.
Good evening again, everyone. We have talked extensively about the safety precautions that are going to have to be put in place for us to be able to ensure safety of our staff and students. And I think when you're making a decision about when school should start, your decision needs to be based on both the science of COVID and reality. Given the number of cases right now, we know what condition the state is in. I'm also going to state that, as Dr. Felder has said earlier, we have not completed our draft of Plan B yet. That plan is not finalized. So to bring back students in less than a month, giving parents information on a plan that we have not finalized, we've not had the ability to train our staff, our students on expectations and safety precautions, is pushing it to have all that set in place in order for that to occur. At this point, we are also back ordered on some of our PPE. So in order to outfit Hillsborough with PPE and all of the items that they're going to need, that will cut into the inventory that we have for the rest of the schools to open in the fall. So at this time, I think as far as safety is concerned, the gift of time and allowing us more time to prepare is going to be our best method to protect our staff and students. Are there any questions for me? If not, I will hand the mic back over to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Pitts, and we open the floor for any questions or conversation around the calendar.
Could we keep the slide on the options? Yes, thank you. Questions from the board?
I have one. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. So what we're saying is we will know, if we go with what's on the slide, we will know Hillsborough's start date and which option we're using on July 1st. Like, we can't know before the governor tells us which of these we are in. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Great.
All right, other questions from board members? All right, so I believe, Dr. Felder, you are looking for guidance on which plan the board would like to proceed with, you know, based on the July 1st decision.
Mr. Atherton, Chair Atherton, could I just make a comment or two before the superintendent starts, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure that the board understood the status of the legislation. It's House Bill 1035, House Bill 1035. It's passed the House, and it's in the Senate Rules Committee. And the hope is that there would be some final action on it next week. Obviously, no promises. What that bill would do, and we've already run it by Hillsboro's information, it would provide Hillsboro Elementary School the added flexibility to adjust the calendar as appropriate for safety and health reasons. The reason for that is that the original calendar that Hillsboro approved was a true, authentic year-round calendar before COVID even started. And so the General Assembly is, if they pass it, would be giving extra flexibility to year-round schools that originally passed a authentic year-round calendar. So I think that Jason presented Wakes. As you know, I sit on that board as well, and they were going with an August 17th start date for their single track year-round schools, and they passed that with the hope and expectation that the General Assembly would pass this legislation, and if not, what Wake is going to do is to then still start on August 17th for those schools, but to shift to a traditional calendar. At least that's what's under review. That's the recommendation. But in any event, I just wanted to let you know the status of that bill. The other component of that bill, and it's in that same bill, it would eliminate the restrictions on remote learning days. As you know, right now there's a limitation on 5, and that technically you're not allowed to start with remote learning days the first 5 days. But that bill does eliminate those restrictions and says that a district can use remote learning days as needed for health and safety. So I just wanted to make sure, as you're exploring your options, you were aware of the status of that bill. Thank you.
Will, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, Hillary.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around all of this, and I want to make sure that we're exploring all of our options here. Am I understanding correctly that we don't have the option currently to say we would open HES on July 15th remotely and then reevaluate after their first intersession? Is that something that we could legally do right now?
Thank you for the question. So that's something that we've wrestled with during this meeting, and that again, everything is fluid and subject to change. I'm talking with the attorney for the State Board of Education tomorrow about multiple different questions about interpretations. And so this is a time where everything is fluid and in flux. But my best analysis right now is that the General Assembly's law has said that you can only have 5 remote learning days unless the governor closes school. And that you would have to start, even with the year round, the first 5 would be in school days. So under that legislation, as things stand this moment, I think that would be the most powerful document, and that would equate to an answer that Hillsboro could not plan right now to start remotely July 15th. I know that's not an interpretation that any of us, including myself, appreciate, but that's my best interpretation of things right now.
Right, okay, and that because there's only 5 days, that at this point, unless something changes with the House bill next week or whether Governor Cooper closes schools, we could only have 5 remote days. So we just can't plan for that, because I know that there's a lot of interest around that. But what I'm hearing is that that's not an option.
Yeah, for planning purposes, this moment, I don't believe that you should be planning on, let's look at an option of starting July 15th and have it set as it being starting remote.
Okay, thanks.
Got a comment.
Go ahead, Dr. Alkiotis.
Well, with all due respect to our attorney and due respect to the governor, this puts the school board and the school system and parents and students in a most precarious place. We just heard Sarah Pitt say the PPE equipment that would be necessary to do a safe startup is on back order. It would be virtually impossible to set Plan A in place for business as usual July 15th. The only reasonable plan would be to go to C. And now we're told, oh, we can't do that because of this, and we can't do that because of that. And, you know, if we're going to be dictated to as to what we can and cannot do, and they're not giving us any money to provide all the necessary safety precautions, then it's a completely chaotic situation. And I'd like to hear what how the principal feels. What are Ms. Kreider's feelings about all of this? What's the staff's feelings on it? We've heard from the parents. And I'd like to hear from the principal. I'd like to hear from the staff. And now there's no easy resolution to this, but we're getting so legalistic in all this stuff. It's like we can't breathe without the attorney telling us it's time to breathe. And school systems were doing a lot of breathing long before attorneys arrived on the scene, with all due respect to Jonathan. This is a school board decision. It's a decision made by 7 people with the recommendation from the superintendent. I'll stop there.
Okay, we do have the principal online if the board would like to hear.
Will, I would like to hear.
I'd like to hear as well, Will.
Okay, Todd, could you promote her to the meeting?
Sorry, which principal?
Ms. Kreider from HES, she's on the attendee list for listening.
Ms. Kreider, you're now unmuted.
Great. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much for joining.
Fabulous. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate being promoted. You know, HES always operates in a quick turnaround. You know, that's the nature of our business. We go from the end of one school year to the beginning of the next one. And we know how to prepare and we know how to handle that in normal situations, right? So, you know, we in our minds have this, you know, plan for, you know, opening up on July 15th. And but we know that these are not normal circumstances, right? There are a lot of different things that we're planning for, and we have to adjust for. So you know, I think a lot of this is, I know Dr. Halkiotis, you were talking about us being put in a very hard situation. I think that's what this whole thing has been since day one for you know, all of us. You know, just thinking about all the slides that you guys just reviewed for the previous, you know, evening, there's a million decisions that are going to need to be made, and all of them are put in a hard decision. So, you know, while, you know, obviously if the governor comes back on July 1 and says, you know, we're going to be operating, you know, in Plan C, then we can open July 15th in Plan C, you know, and we can go from there. I think what our parents just need to know right now is what those options are based on what that governor is going to come out and say.
Will?
Go ahead, Matthew.
One question. Are you ready to open on option B on July 15th?
Not fully yet, that we're still working with the district because we're still working with the district in terms of what the district's plans are going to be for what the choice is going to be within Plan B. Now,
how would you envision Plan B?
Well, I think that's what we're going to need to go back and do what, Ms. Smiley was talking about, and really assess what the needs are of our learning community. Because when you talk about, A days and B days and, operating remote, that puts, a lot of hardships on our families. So we would need, once we had that decision, we would need to gather very specific information to know which plan to proceed for. I mean, I already have.
I'm going to be devil's advocate right now. We've had a very long night, and you're on the spot. And I asked for you to be here tonight to make sure. I wish this had happened earlier. But let's say the board approved opening on July 15th. Could you?
I'm sorry, I've lost you.
If the board approved you opening on July 15th.
I'll repeat his question. So his question was if the board approved option C, which is opening on July 15th, could you physically, and just to put some brackets around that, if you will, are we going to have all the safety equipment and, staff trained and all of those things is really where I think the question's going.
Right. So again, with that, there are variables that, we've talked about. Sarah talked about a lot of the equipment. We've made some purchases of some equipment to kind of be proactive. But I think the other piece of that goes along with the current occupancy plans that Sarah referred to earlier. So if we're still working in that, and Sarah can come back in and chime in here, because if we're still working in that space of 10, then we're not going to be we're just not going to be able to, because we don't have the physical space. Sarah, do you want to chime in there?
Yeah, I think if we go back to those plans, Mr. Atherton, it's going to be exactly like Ms. Kreider said. It will be the fact that we will have to go to rotating days. There's just no way to get everyone into the building or potentially flush out into another building. And to answer your question about whether we can have all the PPE in and everyone trained, I mean, we're all one big OCS family, as Dr. Felder has said. So we will take absolutely everything and all the resources needed to have their building outfitted and ready to go at the time they start. And it doesn't depend on what that day is.
Mr. Roberts is back and he's unmuted.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, you're back.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my question if I can.
So,
and my question is that all I want to know is if the board approved for Hillsborough Elementary to start on the 15th, I want to hear the plan.
And that's what the district's still working on, right?
Yep.
Right.
That's what
we're working on in conjunction with the district.
When is the board going to hear the plan? That's kind of what this meeting was about tonight, with all due respect.
yeah, I'm not sure, Mr. Roberts, I agree that it's the detailed plan because the staff has asked us for some guidance on this.
Then if we want to give guidance, we need to be able to know what their plan is, Will, with all due respect.
So, Mr. Roberts, as we mentioned in this meeting, we just received the guidance on the 10th. It's the 18th, and
yes, ma'am.
We are working through it, but we have to vet through, as Mrs. Smiley mentioned, that's our plan. We have to vet through our families. We have to vet internally, and we are just working through the options. So I can't tell you exactly when we will have a plan B fleshed out. I can only tell you we're working on it. I can only tell you that we will have one. We have a lot of things to consider, not only what will work best for our families, but as you heard in Ms. Rath's presentations, we've got some limitations. We have to consider, do we have enough teachers? Depending on the plan, how can we mitigate childcare? How do we work around transportation? So how are we going to work around food? So there are.
Dr. Felder, I fully
Yes.
appreciate that, but we have some parents at Hillsborough Elementary that are listening tonight that are also trying to decide how they're going to mitigate their child care for the summer, whether or not they need child care for the summer or do they need it in August. So it's time for the board to make a decision whether we're going to do virtual learning. Are we going to start it on July 15th, hoping that the state will allow the first 5 days to be virtual learning? Or are we going to delay until August? That we have parents wanting a decision. And to be in all honesty, we have teachers who want that decision too. We need closure. Other school districts have been able to make a decision, and then once the governor and the state decide what they're going to do, then our local school board will have to adjust to what they're going to have as the school calendar. But tonight, we need to make a decision on whether or not Hillsborough Elementary starts on Plan B or Plan C in August. And that's what parents and teachers are wanting to hear.
Will, I want to make a motion to extend this meeting.
Okay, point of order. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I haven't said for how long. I moved to extend it by.
I did not hear the motion.
I motion to extend this meeting by 15 minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Second. We have a motion by Sarah, a second by Hillary. So Tony McKnight,
Yes.
okay, thank you, Tony. Dr. Alciades,
Yes.
okay, Hillary,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Matthew Roberts,
Yes.
and chairs, yes. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Will, can I ask a question?
Sure, just go ahead.
Okay. So my question is for Ms. Kreider and for Dr. Felder. Is it reasonable, just as a throwing something out there, to say that if the governor allows remote learning, that we could open HES on July 15th remotely, but that if we had to be in Plan B, there would be some possibility that we would push the date back to August 3rd. Is that something that works? Is that too fluid? I'm just trying to wrap my head around the decision we need right now, because I want what the school wants. I want to do whatever's best for the HES community, but I feel like our hands are really tied as a board.
Mrs. Kreider, do you want to speak first, or would you prefer that I do?
You can go ahead and take the lead. I'll follow up if I need to.
Okay. So yes, so with regards to Plan C, just as it's stated here on this slide, absolutely, we can open on July 15th. But also, as it's stated on this slide, with regards to Plan B, we would prefer to have more time. Yes, as Mrs. Pitts mentioned, sure, we will pull every piece of PPE we have wherever it is, but we still need time to set things up. We need to put decals up. We need to train staff. We just would prefer to have more time. That's it. If the board comes back and says no, if it's Plan B, which is July 15th, we'll do our very best.
Will, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Are we ready for that?
Well, I was seeing if Ms. Kreider had any comments.
Yes.
No, I think Dr. Felder summarized it perfectly, because, we can move July 15th if they go remote learning. That's not a problem. Minimal social distancing, not a problem. The classroom that you saw in Sarah's presentation earlier was one of our classrooms, because we've already started moving furniture. We've already, we didn't wait, to kind of get moving on some of these pieces. But there are so many things that are changing in terms of ordinances and logistics that impact how the plan can operate. So giving us, that little more time gives a chance for those decisions to be made so that we can follow that, properly.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Thank you, Ms. Kreider. Just following up on that point, like this set of recommendations from the district about what to do depending on the governor's decision on July 1st makes sense to me. I like that it prioritizes year-round and starting on July 15th, if that's feasible. When I hear that for health and safety reasons, we think we need more time to prepare for Plan B, like that's enough. That's enough for me to support a later start date if the General Assembly allows it. I think one other advantage, mixed blessing, but advantage of starting later if it's Plan B is that's going to be the most complicated childcare situation to figure out. And so from July 1st to the beginning of August or later in August gives community organizations time to get up and running, gives parents a chance to just a little bit more lead time to figure that out. Obviously, they're still caring for their children through July, but I think figuring out the more complicated care, I also like that it has that.
All right, Jonathan, I see your hand up. Do you have a comment? Or is that residual?
No, it's not. I just wanted to note that I've been in the school business now for over 30 years, and this is the greatest challenge I have ever witnessed from a legal and human perspective of reopening schools during a pandemic. And just as Dr. Felder was noting previously, that you just got a new the regulations came out 8 days ago, and then you got a new interpretation yesterday. So that's just how fluid this is. And the things that I have, I think that we have learned that flexibility and some added time are absolutely precious during these circumstances.
Will, I'd like to make a motion.
Floor is yours.
I'd like to move that we open Hillsborough Elementary in August once we get additional guidelines from the state. If the state provides more guidance that allows us to open earlier, the board should review it. But we need to give the parents time. And I'm going to let Jonathan figure out how to word it, but based on current guidelines, we need to open virtual or Hillsborough Elementary in August.
So let me just clarify, Matthew, what you're saying. So if you're saying August 3rd, regardless of if they do Plan C or not. So if it's virtual, if the governor says July 1st, we're virtual, you still want it August. Is that your motion?
No.
Okay.
I appreciate that. That right now, based on the information that we have, we need to plan on opening in August. But if the governor comes out tomorrow and says you can open it earlier, then I want us to try to figure out how to do that. We may not be able to, but right now we have to give our parents a date. And based on where we are right now, we need to go ahead and say it's going to be in August. So I'm saying August, but hey, we may have to reevaluate and put it in there that it could be readjusted with input from the school and the parents.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jonathan. This is not listed as an action item tonight on the agenda. I think this was an opportunity for really staff to give the board its really initial review of this. I believe it's coming back again on Monday, and would urge that there be just to use this as a good opportunity to think. And Mr. Roberts is expressing his opinion on what should happen. That can be certainly considered, but I just wanted to note it's not an action item at this point.
Understanding that it's not an action item and that the board, that Dr. Felder is wanting information from us that if the state will allow us to open as virtual on July 15th, we open.
All right, so Mr. Roberts does have a motion. Are you willing to present that?
No, it's not an action item. I just got told it was an action item. So I'm saying that my guidance is if the state will let us open it on July 15th, and if Orange County Health Services thinks that it's appropriate, we have a plan to open it to meet the needs of the safety of our students. If that's 50% capacity, we start it at 50% capacity, but we start our school year unless the governor says that we can't.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'm going to go around the board to get comments and final thoughts on this. So Sarah, I know you had your hand up, so we'll just start with you on your thoughts.
Thanks. Thank you. So broadly, I support this. I think it's very unlikely the governor will do Plan A because we have twice as many hospitalizations right now as we did when they closed the schools for the year. But if he did do Plan A, I have to say I would be personally very uncomfortable sending my children, if I were a Hillsborough parent, on July 15th with minimal distancing. So I think if we don't pair that with an online option, I'd be really concerned about that. Really concerned about that. That's my only other comment.
All right, so you are in support of these options given with the Plan A not realistic.
With having some other option for parents who are uncomfortable with that, or yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Will, you need to make sure I'm supporting option B, not A. And I know that's kind of like, but that means we're going to have reduced class size.
Right.
Can I ask you just poll the board, because I'm getting more confused every time the options change.
Yes, I'm just trying to poll the board. The staff has given us A, B, and C, which are the options the governor could come back and do. And depending on which option the governor gives, if the governor said Plan A, this is the recommendation that staff says we should do. If it's Plan B, here's what the staff recommends we do. Plan C, here's what the staff recommends to do. The only comment alternate to date was Sarah's and Matthew saying A is probably not realistic in any case. All right, so Hillary?
My thoughts would be that if the governor's recommendation is Plan A, that we would open August 3rd or later to give the staff more time to get precautions set up and in place and train staff. If it is Plan B, I would aim for August 3rd. And if it was Plan C, then I think that it'd be great if we could open on time on July 15th.
All right. Tony McKnight?
So mine would actually either be B or C, completely knocking A out, Will.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Halkiotis?
We don't have either the money or the safety equipment to do either A or B, so I am strictly with Plan C till somebody at the state level coughs up some money.
Okay.
Are we talking about starting dates with those two, though?
Yeah, I think they can do C, July 15th. I think that's what the principal just said.
Right, that's remote only. Plan C.
Yeah, remote only. That's correct.
So if the state comes in and says schools are closed, you would start July 15th is what this would say.
Yeah, and I bet he does that.
All right, for chair, I do support option B and C. I still have a great concern, as we've gotten in a lot of emails about parents and their struggles with this. So I look forward to having deeper conversations, as we all do, about supporting these families and the remote learning, especially when we have families that are teaching and having to work at the same time, especially when it's remote. But I do support the options, and option A, I just think is unrealistic.
Wanted to add one clarification about Plan B. You note that Plan B notes starting on August 3rd or on the 17th. And I just want to make sure that we go through that really, really quickly. The August 3rd date, that would not require the change in the law. So you could move to an August 3rd date now. You would just have to redo the calendar. And that's obviously the one that you've heard from Jason about, that it would negatively impact the vacations, but that would not require the legislation. The August 17th date, you would looking at that, you would need the flexibility in the law. And to that point, that's what I've been working through this entire pandemic, is trying to get added flexibility for the district, including trying to work on this legislation.
Will, question for Jonathan.
Sure, Matthew.
Jonathan, if we open virtual on option C, do we need permission from the state?
So we have hit that a number of times. I don't think
I know we got the 5-day virtual thing.
Right. So at the current, obviously, if the governor comes back and says C, then you're fine to start on C on July 1st. If the governor comes back with Plan A or Plan B, then we've talked a good bit tonight about whether the district on its own can simply go completely remote. And I'm going to continue to explore that and to try to get flexibility and good interpretations for the district. But for purposes of tonight, I've said that I think the answer is no.
Okay. So basically the answer is no, that I don't feel, I'm speaking for me, I don't feel comfortable A. B, it also has the same restrictions on the virtual learning days at the beginning, and C has that. So in my opinion, the safest option that we have for our students and staff is option C, hoping that the state will allow us to have virtual learning on the first 5 days and start it on the July 15th.
All right. So
that's my recommendation to Dr. Felder.
All right. Thank you, Matthew. The only clarity I want to make sure everybody knows is I've heard a couple of terms being pushed around, and just for clarity, remote learning is the term. The virtual learning is a different program. So I don't want to confuse people listening on that other option we're looking at, which would be all year. You're going to have a different setup. You're not going to have the switch between on-site, off-site. That's virtual learning. And the remote learning is where the school is closed and we would physically have remote learning being done from within the district. So just a couple of terms to try to make sure there's not any confusion.
Will, I want to make a motion to extend by 5 minutes so we can make sure that the district has what they need from us, and so we can approve that lottery funding item.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. All right, so we have a motion from Sarah, second from Matthew. Hillary?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. Dr. Alkiotis?
Yes, if it's only for the lottery question.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes.
Tony McKnight? And chair votes yes. All right, any final thoughts on this from anyone before we move over? All right, with that, board, I would like to move to the lottery item, which is action.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Action item C. We have a motion from Matthew Roberts and a second from Dr. Halkiotis. Any discussion? All right. Hillary?
Yes.
Tony McKnight?
Yes.
Matthew Roberts?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Dr. Halkiotis?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Okay, with that, board, I'd recommend we move these items to our the other action items to our next agenda. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, Matthew with the motion and Sarah with the second. Tony McKnight?
Yes.
Okay, Matthew Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Halkiotis,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Hillary,
Yes.
chair votes yes. I appreciate everybody's time tonight and sticking with us. Thank you, everybody. Staff, thank you. Thank everybody for participation tonight and everyone that was able to join from our community. We appreciate your input. Have a good night.